Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Today, I invite you into a legend that was whispered by the gods and sealed in blood and fire. A story that unfolded when divine pride was wounded, when a single forgotten altar awakened terrible consequences, and when the fate of heroes was tied not to swords or arrows, but to destiny itself. It was a tale of a sacred land cursed by a goddess, of a monstrous boar sent as punishment, of legendary hunters gathered from across Greece, and of a hero whose greatest victory slowly became his most tragic end. Every choice, every act of honor and betrayal had echoed far beyond the battlefield, shaping the fall of a family and the sorrow of an entire kingdom. Disclaimer: the visuals in this video were created using artificial intelligence. There are no bloody or disturbing scenes. However, some moments have been designed for cinematic and emotional depth. If you are sensitive to such imagery, please keep this in mind before watching. If you wish to join me on these mythic journeys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell, and leave a comment below telling me which story you'd like to explore next. I look forward to sailing through these timeless tales together, one legend at a time. Take a deep breath, relax your mind, and let the rhythm of the waves guide you, wishing you a peaceful sleep. The epic of Meleagros and the hunt of the Calydonian Boar begins now. In the heart of the lands of Aetolia, the city of Calydon rose with its proud walls reaching toward the sky, and it awoke to the brightest mornings of its golden age under the resolute hands of King Oeneus, son of Parthenion. Oeneus was not known solely for the boundless extent of the lands he ruled. He was also remembered as a wise and blessed king who had been honored to receive the first vine cutting directly from the hands of Dionysus himself, the god of wine, and whose friendship had been spoken of at the table of the gods. That year, the fertile plains of Calydon had seemed to be washed in the generosity of Olympus itself. The grain heads had rippled with a brilliance that rivaled the purest gold of the sun, while the heavy clusters of grapes had mingled their scent with the earth, bowing as if in gratitude to their creator. The hearts of the people had beaten with the belief that this unmatched abundance was a divine blessing, and everyone had eagerly awaited the great harvest festivals that King Oeneus traditionally held each year, where joy and gratitude were woven together. On the morning of the magnificent ceremony, as the first light of dawn greeted the palace towers, King Oeneus had arranged a vast sacrificial rite in thanks for every drop and every grain of this miraculous bounty that had filled his storehouses to the brim. The powerful heir of Parthenion had addressed his breathless people and gathered nobles in a booming voice, hurling solemn oaths to the heavens that he would not leave the gods' incomparable favor unanswered. The ancient temples in every corner of the city had been wrapped in the dense, mystical scent of burning incense, and marble altars crafted by the most skilled hands had waited to bear the weight of the sacred offerings. At Oeneus's command, the most perfect and unblemished victims selected from the herds, along with the first fruits of the harvest gathered on golden trays, had been presented with a richness meant to stir the appetites of the gods. The ritual had begun in honor of the great goddess Ceres, who had given life to the womb of the earth and stood as the protector of the crops. Oeneus had placed the first ears of corn rising from the soil upon the goddess's altar with the grace and reverence of one holding an infant. Then he had stepped forward to show his loyalty to his ancient friend Dionysus, also known as Laius, who had granted him the secrets of the vine. As the finest aged wines had poured from silver craters to quench the thirst of the earth, The king had renewed his gratitude to his companion with every drop that spilled. The people had watched in awe the deep piety of their ruler and his unshakable bond with the gods, losing themselves in the belief that Calydon's prosperity would last forever. In the later hours of the ceremony, they had approached the presence of golden-haired Minerva, guardian of the olive tree, the symbol of wisdom and peace. Aeneas had offered his respect by pouring the purest, clearest oils pressed from the goddess's sacred fruit upon her altar. Every inhabitant of Olympus, from the highest to the most humble, had been named one by one, and the offerings allotted to each had risen as smoke to the heavens and to the nostrils of the gods. Pale smoke from the sacrificial fires had curled upward in spirals, as if seeking to please the calm dwellers of the sky. Yet at the very center of this seemingly perfect display of devotion, a cold and terrifying emptiness had coiled like a hidden serpent, unseen by any. Aeneas, perhaps a victim of the intoxicating excess of the harvest, or of the subtle arrogance brought by power, had left the altar of proud Artemis, the daughter of Leto, the absolute mistress of the wild and bearer of the silver bow, completely bare and forsaken. While all the other residents of Olympus had been delighted with the finest offerings, not a single ear of grain nor a drop of wine had been deemed worthy of the goddess of the hunt and the moon. This had not been a simple lapse or an ordinary distraction. It had been a black stain upon the goddess's honor, one that time itself could not erase, an unforgivable insult. Trusting in the fullness of his storehouses, the king of Calydon had foolishly underestimated the wrath of the true owner of nature, that wild and fierce spirit. In the very midst of the festivities, Artemis's altar had stood cold, lifeless and abandoned like a lonely slab of rock, defying the joy around it. Yet this silence had been deceptive, for the goddess's eyes upon Olympus had fixed upon Calydon like burning embers at that very moment. Neglect shown toward the gods had opened the deepest wounds in the souls of the immortals and driven them to relentless fury. Artemis had sworn then and there to make the city pay for the fragrant incense not offered to her, and for her ignored presence by shaking its walls. With an icy whisper that fell from her lips, the goddess had pronounced her decree, saying, "Since I was forgotten, I would carve myself into their minds with a terror they would never forget." As the harvest festival had continued in all its splendor, the unfortunate people of Calydon had been too intoxicated with joy to notice the pitch-black, ominous clouds gathering above them. While King Aeneas had hosted feasts in the high-ceilinged halls of his palace and celebrated his triumph with his loyal wife Althea, the merciless wrath of Artemis had drifted toward the plains like a dark fog. This anger had gone beyond simple disappointment. It had been like a poisonous seed, ready to take root and shake an entire civilization to its core. To punish what she deemed Aeneas's grave delusion, the skilled archer of the heavens had begun to gather the wildest and most terrifying forces of nature into a single form. As an instrument of her vengeance, Artemis had prepared to unleash upon the world something far more than an ordinary wild beast, the embodied form of a divine curse. This creature would have been more massive than the mightiest bulls of Epirus, and powerful enough to reduce even the largest beasts of Sicily to mere shadows. The goddess had granted the monster eyes filled with embers stolen from the underworld, and a breath hot enough to scorch and turn to ash every field it touched. This monstrous boar, destined to crush beneath its enormous hooves the golden ears of corn, fertile vineyards, and vines that Oeneus had displayed with pride, had stood as the loudest cry of Artemis's silence. As King Oeneus had raised his cup toward the sky at the height of the celebration, he had mistaken the god's silence for a sign of approval. Yet that silence had been nothing but the ominous stillness that came just before a storm. For every fruit not offered at her altar, Artemis had already conceived in her mind the great destruction that would turn all the lands of Calydon into a barren wasteland. The fire of vengeance burning in the goddess's heart had blazed far brighter than the festival fires, scattering the first sparks of the disaster that would descend upon the city. That night, as the people of Calydon had withdrawn to their beds to sink into peaceful dreams, the first enormous footprints of Artemis's envoy had already begun to mark the damp soil at the entrance to the valley. In the end, the mute wrath of a forgotten goddess had thrown wide the tragic gate that would drown the joy of the harvest festival in blood and cries of despair. While Oeneus had believed he honored the gods, he would soon pay for his arrogant mistake with a colossal nightmare that would stand before him. When the monster released by Artemis had moved to devastate the vineyards and gardens, mortal arrogance had once again been doomed to be crushed beneath the heavy roller of divine justice. This had not been merely the beginning of a hunt. It had been the opening act of a vast and sorrowful epic in which legendary heroes would gather, ancient lineages would be shaken, and the fate of a kingdom would be hidden in the flames of a small piece of wood. The city of Calydon, the proud jewel of Aetolia, was consumed by a unique festive fire that overflowed its walls and spread across all of Hellas when King Oeneus and Queen Althea took their first son into their arms. Oeneus, the mighty heir of Parthenion, regarded the sprouting of a sapling that would carry the splendor of his lineage into the future. On these ancient lands he ruled as a noble joy and a divine blessing. Yet behind this miraculous birth, a dark secret reigned, whispered through palace corridors and hidden among the shadows. Many whispered that the source of the noble blood flowing through this robust infant's veins was not only a mortal king, but Ares, the bronze-armored god of war, who spread terror. This child, named Meleager, sealed both the composed grandeur of kings and the destructive, uncontrollable force of the gods into his soul with his very first cry. Queen Althea, while watching over her son with the sharp wisdom inherited from the line of Theseus, nurtured within the depths of her maternal compassion an indescribable, icy anxiety. 7 sons had passed since Meleager opened his eyes to the world, and as tradition and ancient law commanded, the sacred and mysterious night had arrived on which the infant's fate would be carved with unshakable seals. In the most secluded, dim chamber of the palace of Calydon, only the crackling of the hearth logs and the innocent, steady breathing of baby Meleager echoed, as Althea set aside her weary spirit and stood watch by the cradle like a faithful sentry. The atmosphere of the room suddenly grew heavy. It was as if time had frozen and the damp air had given way to a divine gravity. No door creaked and no wind blew, yet at the very center of the room appeared 3 imposing and ancient figures who strained the limits of the human mind and held the fabric of the universe in their hands. They were the legendary Moirai, the sisters who wove the uncuttable knots of fate, daughters of Jove and Themis. Clotho, the youngest of the 3 sisters, stood foremost, holding a silver spindle and the thread of life, ready to tie the first knot of a lifetime. She was the great goddess who determined the moment mortals stepped into the world and granted them their first breath of life. Beside her stood Lachesis, with a cold face as expressionless as marble, the measurer who distributed the portions of fate and determined the length of the thread, that is, the limits of a lifespan. Her eyes were fixed on Meleager's innocence. At the rear stood Atropos, the symbol of irreversible decisions, inevitable endings, and absolute death. Her silent weight with the sharp shears in her hand completed the dreadful air of the room. Although Althea felt her breath knot in her throat in the presence of these divine beings, she stiffened with a mother's protective instinct and watched what unfolded. These three unyielding judges of fate formed a circle around the fire blazing at the center of the room, as if part of an ancient rite, and began to whisper among themselves. One of the logs burning in the heart of the hearth cast a brighter light than the others in a strange way, as if it represented the center of existence. Lachesis extended the invisible thread of fate in her hand directly toward this burning log, and the words that sealed the razor-thin line between life and death began to pour forth. Each word that fell from the goddesses' mouths echoed against the cold walls of the room and pierced Althea's heart like poisoned arrows. They declared in a dark chant that the lifespan of this newborn prince would be limited to the life of the log that was crackling and burning in the arms of the fire at that very moment. O fortunate and unfortunate child, we granted you this glorious life, yet you were to know that your lifespan would last until the moment this log turned to ash, they said, and at the instant this merciless judgment was delivered, the three goddesses dispersed like a cloud of smoke and returned to the unknown void from which they had come. Only the relentless crackling of the log in the hearth and the quiet, fear-filled sobs escaping Althea remained in the room. When the young queen confronted the truth that her only son's life was bound to something so fragile, so random, her soul was seized by great terror. If that log burned completely and turned to ash, Meleager, the future hero of Calydon, would draw his final breath at that very second. Without hesitating for even a moment, Althea sprang from her place and plunged her bare fingers into the blazing fire, heedless of the burning of her hands. As the flames scorched her flesh, she fiercely pulled the half-burned log, which stood for her son's life, out of the fire. She plunged it into a vessel filled with water in the room to extinguish the stubborn sparks upon it. The hissing sound rising from the water was as if fate itself protested. As the log now lay cooled, darkened, and half-burned in her hands, the queen drew into her lungs the heavy yet proud breath of having defied the goddesses of fate. This piece of wood was now both Meleager's lifeline and the greatest weakness of his existence. The queen knew that she had to hide this enchanted and dangerous object from all eyes in the world. She opened a heavy chest she kept in the darkest, most secret compartments of the palace and placed the still damp log among silken fabrics. She closed the lid tightly so that it would never be opened again, hung the key around her neck, and swore to protect this secret at the cost of her own life. This bold act of Althea granted her son a shield of protection that would last for years and endowed him with an invincibility even immortals would envy. From that day on, Meleager began to turn into that unshakable hero who bore no mark of any sword and would write legends with his courage. As years chased one another through the seasons, Meleager grew, clothed in both the regal dignity of Aeneas and the martial genius of Ares. He had become a valiant man who raced the wind across the plains of Calydon, struck down even the swiftest animals in a single motion with his spear, and touched the souls of his people with his justice. Yet his mother Althea continued to mourn in secret, remembering the chest hidden in the palace corridors and the darkened piece of wood within it, with every victory her son won. Although fate seemed to have been postponed or deceived for a time, the truth that the words spoken by the gods would sooner or later find their mark hung in Althea's mind like a sharp sword. Meleager, completely unaware that his end depended on a piece of wood, strode magnificently toward a future filled with glory and honor. Meanwhile, King Aeneas continued to renew his gratitude to the gods as he witnessed his son's extraordinary power, and to offer them his finest produce at every harvest season. Yet this appearance of piety would one day, through the smallest negligence, lay the groundwork for the disaster of an entire kingdom and the shattering of a family. Those first 7 days that sealed Meleager's fate had in fact sown beneath the soil the seeds of a far greater tragedy: the famous Calydonian Boar hunt and a bloody familial destruction. Once the goddesses of fate had rendered their judgment, the chests mortals locked or the fires they extinguished merely served to delay that inevitable end a little longer. Thus, the mystical bond between Meleager's life and that enchanted log became the unshakable foundation of Calydon's greatest legend. What Althea hid in her chest was not merely a piece of wood. It was a mother's sacrifice, a hero's breath, and ultimately the sorrowful end of a kingdom. As Meleager gained renown across all of Hellas as an invincible warrior, the great day on which fate lay silently in ambush drew ever closer. That bloody hunt, which would begin when Aeneas one day forgot Artemis, would lead to the reopening of the chest and the rekindling of the extinguished fire. For now, however, Calydon remained at peace, and Meleager continued to shine under the sun like a god, under the illusion that he was the master of his own fate. In the magnificent chaos of King Aeneas's harvest festivals, an unforgivable lapse had occurred. The great goddess Artemis's altar had been left abandoned and silent, and this neglect had ignited the fuse of a disaster that would descend upon the lands of Calydon like a black shroud. Artemis, the proud daughter of Leto and the untamable mistress of the wild, had sworn upon the cloud-covered peaks of Olympus that she would never leave such a grave insult unanswered, sealing her vow with the words, "Even if I am neglected, my vengeance will not go unclaimed." This relentless fury, distilled from the goddess's wounded honor, had soon given rise to a creature of flesh, bone, and pure terror. Artemis had decided to send to Calydon's fertile plains not an ordinary wild animal, but a divine punishment, an unstoppable engine of destruction. As the unshakable instrument of her revenge, the huntress goddess had chosen a colossal wild boar, believed to have descended from the legendary Crommyonian sow, and she had endowed it with a power no mortal could even imagine. This emissary of sacred wrath had been larger than even the greatest bulls that once grazed in the emerald-green pastures of Epirus, and so imposing that it had reduced even the mightiest beasts of Sicily to mere shadows. As the ancient poet Ovid had tremblingly described in his verses, this creature had possessed a size no earthly being could rival and a desire to destroy everything in its path. When the people of Calydon had first seen the shadow of this divine scourge on the horizon, they had still been far from grasping the true scale of the doom that awaited them. The creature's physical appearance had been so horrifying that it froze the blood of all who beheld it, embodying a terror that felt unmistakably divine. Its eyes had glowed like embers drawn straight from the depths of Hades, bloodshot and blazing, shining like living coals that carried the cold breath of death in every gaze. Its powerful neck, knotted with unyielding muscle, had resembled an unbreakable tower. The bristles along its back had not been soft hairs, but steel-like spikes, hard and sharp as spear points, standing rigidly toward the sky. With every breath the beast had taken, a layer of white, poisonous foam had streamed down from its broad shoulders, rotting the very ground where it fell. The boar's most dreadful weapons had been its massive tusks, longer than the finest ivory taken from the grandest elephants of India, curving upward and never dulling at their tips. These tusks had not been mere tools of defense, but swords that shattered everything before them, splitting rocks and trees alike. Moreover, the discordant and terrifying growls rising from the creature's throat had echoed through the valleys like thunder born from colliding clouds. The breath that burst from its jaws, as forceful as stones hurled from a catapult, had carried a scorching heat capable of instantly searing every green leaf and every living tissue it touched. When the monster had struck Calydon's fertile lands like a bolt of lightning, its first victims had been the legendary crops that King Oeneus had cultivated with great pride. Crushing young corn beneath its massive hooves while the plants had still been tender shoots, the beast had buried all the farmers' hopes of harvest in mud. Golden wheat heads, heavy and ripe beneath the stolen color of the sun, had vanished beneath the monster's bulk, leaving the granaries empty and pushing an entire people to the brink of famine and starvation. In the wake of the boar's passage, only mud, blood, and ruined fields had remained. No threshing floor and no storehouse had escaped its savage, divine appetite. As described in Homer's Iliad, this sacred scourge had not confined its destruction to the fields alone, but had relentlessly descended upon the city's tranquil orchards, adorned with centuries-old trees. The creature had torn great trees from their roots and flung them aside like scraps, scattering the most precious flowers and fruits across the soil. Vineyards had collapsed under the weight of their famed clusters, while olives shaken from ancient trees and broken age-old branches had been crushed beneath the monster's feet. The plains of Calydon, once the earthly reflection of abundance and prosperity, had become the playground of Artemis's hunting beast and had swiftly turned into a desolate and ominous zone of ruin. Not only nature itself, but also innocent herds of animals had suffered from the creature's wrath. When the boar had scattered flocks of sheep and goats grazing in the meadows like a raging storm, neither the desperate cries of the shepherds nor the brave barking of the most loyal hunting dogs had been able to stop it. The monster had savagely torn apart every animal in its path, and even the massive and valiant bulls that guarded the herds had been unable to protect their kind from this divine scourge. The cries of animals rising from every corner of Calydon had begun to echo even behind the city's high walls, and the people had started to experience the darkest shade of despair as the pastures fell silent. Faced with the beast's unstoppable assaults, the shepherds had tried every means to protect themselves and their livelihoods, yet each attempt had ended in greater bloodshed and bitter defeat. Even when they had wielded their sharpest spears and strongest slings, the boar's thick, calloused hide, seemingly clad in divine armor, had deflected even the most skillful blows like the bites of flies. Any mortal who had met the creature's fire-spitting gaze, even for a moment, had been seized by a horrifying chill that stiffened their body and robbed them of movement. Forced to abandon their herds and flee, the shepherds had poured onto the roads leading to the city, seeking refuge behind the high walls to save their lives. The hunting dogs, however, had suffered the most painful helplessness before this divine monster. These trained animals, which normally tracked the fiercest wolves and the bears that ruled the forests, had been flung into the air one by the boar's deadly sideways strikes of its tusks, their lifeless bodies scattered in pieces across the ground. The monster's relentless advance, brushing aside the screaming dogs without slowing, had proven once again how fragile Calydon's defenses truly were. The dog's barks had faded beneath the creature's thunder-like growls, and the hunter's most loyal companions had passed into history as the first victims of this divine vengeance. After completing its absolute devastation in the open lands, the monster had made its lair in a dark valley deep within Calydon, covered with steep cliffs and poisonous marsh plants. This valley had been an impenetrable place where drooping willow branches blocked the sky. Dense reeds and rushes choked the ground, and sunlight could not penetrate. Each time the boar had emerged from this shadowed refuge, it had charged forth with the speed of lightning hurled from colliding clouds, uprooting trees and shattering the forest's sacred silence. These sudden and terrifying assaults had turned every crack and rustle echoing through the valley into a harbinger of death. King Oeneus of Calydon, the proud ruler who had once been honored with receiving the first vine cutting from the hand of Dionysus himself, had now stood on the high balcony of his palace, watching the smoke rise from his scorched and ruined fields and the horizon darken. Seeing his entire kingdom pay the price for his own pride and momentary neglect had left an indescribable burning sorrow in his heart. Every inch of land beyond the city walls had fallen under the monster's bloody dominion, and the people had crowded into the city, the only refuge they believed to be safe. In the streets, joy had vanished, replaced by fearful whispers and futile prayers rising to the heavens in hopes of escaping Artemis's wrath. In the midst of this great calamity, King Oeneus had come to realize through bitter experience that it had been impossible for a handful of ordinary men to stand against the beast. The streets of Calydon, once the heart of celebration, had now been lit by funeral pyres for those who had died in the attacks. The people's despair and the city's failing resistance had forced Oeneus to call upon the bravest and most renowned heroes Hellas had ever seen or would ever see. Yet until that call was answered, the Calydonian beast would continue to reign as the region's sole and absolute master, spreading terror and soaking the land in blood. Each of the creature's attacks had stood like a silent yet screaming reminder of Artemis's forgotten and dust-covered altar. The goddess's unextinguished anger had come alive again with every step the monster took, in every ear of corn it trampled, and in every animal carcass it tore apart. This colossal creature had been the most vivid and blood-soaked example of how even the slightest carelessness shown by mortals toward the gods could lay an entire civilization to waste in a single night. The Calydonian beast had no longer been merely a quarry to be hunted, but the relentless death and unstoppable justice of the heavens upon the earth. This terror of the forest sent by Artemis had turned Calydon into a land of devastation, pushing shepherds, dogs, and even the king himself into the darkest corridors of despair. Before the creature's fire-like eyes and lightning thundering breath, all human defenses had collapsed, leaving only the faint hope of a great host of heroes arriving from beyond. These days of terror had been nothing more than the chilling beginning of the great hunt that would later unite the noblest names in Greece and of the bloody family tragedies that would follow. The fates of Meleager and the legendary huntress Atalanta had already begun to intertwine in the blood-stained footprints of this colossal beast. In the wild geography of Arcadia, adorned with sheer cliffs that rose like spears toward the sky and forests filled with a constant roar, the poisonous vines of deep disappointment took root within the palace walls of King Iasos, called Shoineus in some accounts. While the proud ruler Iasos burned with longing for a male heir who would bear the glory of his lineage, inherit his spear, and rule his kingdom with an iron fist, fate placed a delicate baby girl in the arms of his wife Clymene. For a king who measured strength solely by the existence of male heirs, this birth was an unacceptable misfortune, a stain of weakness cast upon his dynasty. This dark mindset, which placed not the slightest value on daughters, condemned the little innocent one to a profound abandonment from her very first cry. Iasos decided at that very moment to reject this incomplete miracle that had failed to give him a son and to erase her from existence. Drowning all paternal compassion in the icy waters of his pride, Iasos ordered that the newborn guiltless baby be abandoned to die in the merciless embrace of the wilderness. The child, not even deemed worthy of a name, was torn from the palace's silk bedding and carried to one of Arcadia's most dangerous and impassable places, Mount Parthenion. This mountain stood like a sanctuary, symbolizing both the untouched purity of a virgin and the ferocity of wild nature, covered with sheer precipices and giant oaks that blocked the sun. The palace servant charged with carrying out the execution, entrusting the infant to death, left the tiny body at the mouth of a cave near a spring, and fled as if running from his own conscience. At that moment, Parthenion's savage wind carried the abandoned baby's helpless cries deep into the darkest recesses of the forest like a funeral lament. Yet this small life, condemned to death, actually rested beneath the invisible wings of the gods, and especially of Artemis, the great goddess of the hunt. By a magnificent and ironic twist of fate, a grieving she-bear roamed the shadows of Parthenion at that very time, having lost her cubs to the arrows of ruthless hunters. Her teats, swollen with milk from the agony of losing her young, drew this wild creature toward the baby, struggling before the cave by a divine impulse. The she-bear found in this small human the warmth and scent of her own cubs, and poured her milk into this abandoned orphan, giving her the water of life. Through this divine intervention, the baby's life was entrusted to the mercy and compassion of one of the forest's most fearsome inhabitants. With a wounded heart, the bear claimed this miraculous being, protecting and nursing the baby day by day in the depths of her cave. As the seasons chased one another, the child thrived with a unique strength, nourished by this wild milk. The mountain's harsh, freezing air hardened her skin like armor, while the bear's milk infused her veins with an animal's unshakable endurance and a predator's fearless spirit. Artemis's quiet and profound aid not only ensured the baby's survival, but also reshaped her in the purest and most uncompromising form of nature. The daughter whom Iasos had sent to death and oblivion took her first steps toward becoming a forest legend under the goddess's protection in that dark cave. A group of hunters watched this mysterious life from afar. They were the same men who had slaughtered the bear's cubs. Observing the bear's unusual behavior and her sense of sacred duty in returning to the same cave each day, they eventually dared to enter. When they saw the miraculous baby girl being nursed by a bear in the cave's dim light, their astonishment surpassed the mountains. Seizing the moment when the bear left to search for food, the hunters took the baby from the cave. They gave her a name worthy of both the ferocity of the bear that had raised her and the nobility of the mountain where she had been found. Atalanta. Atalanta grew up among these hardened mountain men, completely untouched by the noise of cities and the false courtesy of palaces. The hunters treated her not like a delicate girl, but like a talent torn from the heart of nature itself. She learned from them how to shoot arrows, how to interpret every whisper of the forest, and how to track the faintest sign on the ground. Atalanta's childhood passed not with embroidery in a palace, but with feeling the tension of a bowstring and sharpening the tip of her spear. Drinking from the icy waters of the Arcadian mountains, the young girl grew swiftly into a figure that inspired both kneeling admiration and shivering fear in those who saw her. When she stepped into youth, Atalanta stood taller than all the women of the Peloponnese and moved more swiftly than all the men. Her gaze carried a masculine hardness and a divine fire, born from being nursed by a bear and washed by mountain winds. The sun burned her skin to a golden hue, and her hair fell over her shoulders with a natural brilliance that even the most skilled dyers could not reproduce. She was never spoiled in the soft arms of mothers or imprisoned in the suffocating air of closed rooms. Her body, forged by constant pursuit of prey and relentless physical exertion, took on a muscular and flexible form like a flawless statue, bearing not a single ounce of excess fat. Atalanta chose the great goddess Artemis as her guide, and like her swore an eternal vow of virginity, dedicating her soul to nature. She decided to live in the remote depths of the mountains, carefully avoiding the world of men, their ambitions, and their desires. For her, the greatest love was the perfect tension of her bow, and the most unbreakable friendship was the loyalty of the faithful hunting dogs that never left her side. In the cool shade of oak trees and among the mystical scents of healing herbs, she established her own free kingdom. Atalanta was becoming a legend as a self-sufficient hunter who challenged male dominance and raced with the wind. One day, Atalanta's proud solitude was violated by two savage centaurs named Roikos and Hylaios. These wild creatures raided her cave at midnight, carrying torches and shaking the ground with the thunder of their hooves. But these monsters, accustomed to the cowardice of city women, failed to reckon with the ancient fire in Atalanta's heart. The young huntress burst from her cave like lightning and drew her bow against the two attackers who sought to take her by force. With her first arrow, she struck Roikos through the heart, and with her second, she instantly felled Hylaios as he tried to flee. Atalanta answered savagery with savagery. This absolute victory proved to the world that Atalanta was not only a master hunter, but also a warrior capable of bringing even the mightiest men and monsters to their knees. Her speed rivaled the wind, and her spear seemed to carry divine power. Once, when she collapsed from thirst during a hunt, she drove her spear into a sheer rock with such force that the stone split and an icy spring burst forth. The people named this spring after her, immortalizing the miracle, and Atalanta became one of Arcadia's most revered and most feared figures. Atalanta's fame spread with such fury that many heroes fell into an impossible love for her. Not only those who saw her beauty, but also those who heard her story carried by the wind. Yet she continued to flash through the mountains like lightning, her ivory quiver slung over her left shoulder and her bow in hand. Her clothing reflected Artemis's simplicity, and her golden hair was gathered behind her in a plain knot. She was neither fully a maiden nor fully a man. She was nature's most noble miracle, uniting the strongest and most perfect qualities of both sexes within herself. Her vow of virginity served as her unbreakable shield, and her speed stood as the greatest emblem of her freedom. Years later, when her father, King Iasos, who had once sent her to die, called her back to his palace in regret and pressured her to marry, Atalanta proposed a clever condition. She would marry the man who could defeat her in a foot race, but she would take the lives of those who lost with her own spear. Even this bloody and impossible condition drove many men, captivated by her spell, to run toward their deaths. Atalanta became the daughter of the wind, running as if wings were fastened to her feet, a speed that no mortal man could even shadow. Yet long before these races, her true and bloody trial would be fought in the dust of the Calydonian plains. When the call of King Oeneus of Calydon echoed across every corner of Greece, Atalanta was the only female hero who answered it. This proud daughter of Arcadia prepared to storm the male-dominated world of heroes with her spear and bow. The baby, once deemed useless and a burden by King Iasos, was about to be remembered by history as one of the few powers capable of stopping a monster that devastated an entire kingdom. The helpless orphan of Mount Parthenion had become the cherished favorite of the goddess Artemis and the nightmare of monsters. These early years that hardened Atalanta in the wild made her the most critical and most controversial figure of the Calydonian boar hunt. Nursed by a bear and forged like steel by hunters, this young woman shattered every boundary imposed by society and created her own legend. Iasos's betrayal became in truth a doorway to Artemis's grace and transformed Atalanta into the most famous female hero of all time. Now the daughter of the wind set out toward the plains of Calydon with her ivory quiver and poisoned arrows, standing on the threshold of the great hunt where she would test both the hide of the monster and the pride of men. Her stormy fate, which would intersect with Meleager, had already begun to be woven among the threads of destiny in that dark cave on Mount Parthenion. From the highest towers of his palace, King Oeneus watched with a bleeding heart as the fertile vineyards that served as the lifeblood of Aetolian lands and the golden cornfields dancing with the wind were trampled and destroyed one by that colossal wild boar born of the wrath of the goddess Artemis. This aged ruler, the proud son of Parthenion, understood with painful clarity that he was now paying for the grave mistake he had once committed by leaving the goddess's altar abandoned and forlorn, and that the cost was being exacted in the lives and property of his entire kingdom. The plains of Calydon had turned into an unrecognizable and ominous ruin, marked by the beast's hellfire-like eyes, its hooves tearing through the soil, and its ivory tusks ripping ancient oaks from the ground like bits of straw. The people had cowered behind the walls in mortal fear. Neither the spears of the bravest shepherds nor the teeth of hunting dogs that had once rivaled wolves had managed to offer any resistance against this divine punishment. Oeneus realized that in order to save his kingdom from this relentless apocalypse, he had to display a will that transcended mortal limits and would change the course of history. Without losing any time, the king received Greece's fastest messengers and ordered them to scatter to every corner of the land, from its most remote villages to its most magnificent palaces. With voices echoing far and wide, the messengers were to invite Greece's most distinguished heroes to this great and perilous hunt. To make the call irresistible, Oeneus commanded them to proclaim in every square that the hero who brought down the monster would be rewarded with the boar's famed gigantic hide and its ivory tusks. This promise stirred a storm among heroes in pursuit of glory and immortal honor, for subduing the Calydonian beast was equal to engraving one's name in golden letters beside those of the gods and legends. Before long, waves of news reached the palace that valiant warriors, each worthy of a saga on his own, were setting out for Calydon from every part of Greece. With every name he heard, King Oeneus felt his hope grow that he might finally raise an unbreakable barrier against the wrath of Artemis. The first great legend to appear on the dusty and sorrowful roads of Calydon was Jason, son of Aeson, who arrived from Iolcos as the much-celebrated leader of the Argonauts. Jason brought with him the salt of distant seas and the legendary splendor of the Golden Fleece. The moment he entered the city in his magnificent armor, gleaming beneath the sun, the pall weighing on the people seemed to lift, and morale and hope rose to their peak. This skilled leader, who had once lost his single sandal in the raging waters of the Anarus River, yet had been driven by fate to the threshold of a kingdom, became a natural center of gravity among the other heroes through his innate authority. Before King Oeneus, Jason struck his spear hard against the ground and swore to the heavens that he would not return his sword to its sheath until this divine abomination had been cast down. His arrival served as the first clear sign that this hunt was not a simple act of cleansing, but one of the greatest displays of heroism of the ancient age. Immediately after Jason, Theseus, the wise and iron-wristed protector of Athens and son of Aegeus, slipped through the city gates. Theseus, who had strangled the Minotaur with his own hands in the dark labyrinth of Crete and had earned the unshakable admiration of all Greece, honored the streets of Calydon with the weight of statesmanship he carried on his shoulders. Moreover, Theseus did not arrive alone. At his side stood Pirithous, son of Ixion, his twin soul and closest companion. When these two inseparable heroes joined the camp as living symbols of friendship and invincibility, the army of Calydon began for the first time to strike shields together with confident dignity and to lift their chests with pride. Theseus's strategic genius and Pirithous' uncontrollable courage on the battlefield were destined to become the most effective antidotes to the monster's brute strength. This time the city's heavy gates opened wide for the Dioscuri twins of Lacedaemon, Castor and Pollux, the undying pride of their land. These twins, sons of Tyndareus, or according to some of mighty Jove himself, descended upon the city like stars atop their dreamlike horses, whiter than the snowy northern winds. Castor, famed for his unmatched mastery of horsemanship, and Pollux, renowned for the hammer-like power of his fists, spread the brilliance of their divine lineage with every step they took. These twin heroes brought to the hunt not only their physical strength, but also the unyielding discipline that crushed enemies on the field of battle. With their arrival, the preparations transformed from a people's struggle for survival into a meticulously planned professional war effort. With every passing hour, the army of heroes grew ever more formidable as the noblest spirits of Greece joined the sacred camp one by one. Peleus, who had walked the dusty paths of Phthia and was destined to become the father of the legendary Achilles, and Telamon, the mighty name of Salamis, were among the other giants who arrived. These two blood brothers, sons of Aeacus, began shaping the hunting strategies with the invaluable experience they had gained by once fighting shoulder to shoulder with the demigod Heracles. Peleus's unerring razor-sharp spear and Telamon's massive shield, like a living wall, were to form the most reliable defensive line against the monster's sudden assaults. The entrance of these two warriors into the camp proved to all how nobility and martial prowess could merge in perfect harmony along that fine and deadly line. From the harsh and windswept mountains of Arcadia came the sons of Lycurgus, Ancaeus, and Cepheus, who also left their mark on the camp. Ancaeus in particular drew every eye with the enormous double-edged battle-axe he gripped tightly in his hands, projecting arrogance in his own strength and an unshakable confidence with every step. Ancaeus was a warrior so proud that he claimed he could tear the monster apart by himself without the slightest need for the protection or aid of the gods. While his defiant stance fueled the fires of competition within the camp, it also secretly ignited the spark of a silent but deep tension over who was truly superior among the heroes. Admetus of Phere, by contrast, took his place in the great host with an unshakable resolve, his demeanor resembling the stillness before a storm. Among the other legends who joined the hunt were Idas and Lynceus, sons of Aphareus, who carried the noble blood of Messene. Lynceus, with his famed sharp eyes that pierced through layers of earth and the darkness of night, was tasked with locating the places where the monster lay in ambush and its most secret lairs. His brother Idas was known for his speed and his refined mastery of the spear, making him one of the most agile figures in the hunt. After them came the wise seer Amphiaraos, son of Awakens, who joined the camp with his sacred weapons and his foresight that parted the veils of the future. Amphiaraos was the one man who knew that this hunt was not merely an exercise in bloodshed, but the manifestation of a divine destiny, and who sensed the scent of impending disaster from miles away. As all these heroes gathered, the city of Calydon began to host what history would regard as the greatest Avengers army it had ever seen. King Oeneus entertained all these noble spirits at the heart of his palace with a magnificent and lavish feast that lasted 9 days. Knowing that every head at the table belonged to a hero of legend, Oeneus offered them his finest aged wines and the most delicious game meats. Meleager, grandson of Parthenion, stood beside his father like a statue, feeling on his shoulders the heavy pride and unbreakable responsibility that came with leading this chosen assembly. As Meleager wondered how his own fate would intersect with these legendary names at some tragic point, the famous and dark warning whispered by the fates beside the hearth echoed deep within his mind. Hundreds of torches burned in the city's narrow streets, while the sounds of hammers rising from the forges repaired the heroes' armor and polished spear points until they shone like rays of sunlight. For the first time in months, the people of Calydon breathed easily, as the deadly fear that had gnawed at their souls was replaced by this magnificent display of courage. While each hero grew impatient to seal his own glory into history in the great hunt that would begin at dawn the next morning, Artemis's monster waited in the deep and damp darkness of the forest, snarling and digging its claws into the earth as it sensed the approach of this formidable host. The inhabitants of Olympus, meanwhile, watched these chosen mortals from the infinity of the sky with silent curiosity as they gathered to exact the price of a forgotten altar and a wounded honor. This great alliance, formed by the call of King Oeneus, had taken its first and greatest step toward changing the fate of Calydon forever. Yet within this vast assembly of heroes, a single missing link remained, and her entrance into the camp was destined to ignite a great storm and an ancient controversy among all these noble and proud men. Atalanta was approaching the city, her ivory quiver on her back, her bow in hand, and the fierce wind of Arcadia at her heels. With her passage inside the walls, the traditional understanding of heroism and the male-dominated warrior culture were shaken to their core. Meleager and the others, unaware of how profoundly this virgin huntress who was about to join them would alter the fate of the hunt, continued to clink their cups of victory. This magnificent gathering, officially and irreversibly, drew back the curtain on one of the most epic and ultimately most tragic hunts in history. Calydon was no longer merely a land of destruction. It had become a vast and bloody arena where heroes would test their identities, their courage, and their tolerance for one another. As the massive stone gates of the city of Calydon shook under the imposing weight of legendary heroes arriving from every corner of Greece, an unusual and mesmerizing figure appeared on the dusty road before the walls, standing in sharp contrast to all that brute force. The warriors who had answered King Oeneus's call had gathered in the city's main square. As they clashed shields and planned the bloody strategies of the great hunt to come, they began to study this new arrival, with eyes filled with both curiosity and awe. The newcomer was none other than Atalanta, the virgin huntress who came like a gust of wind from the impassable rugged mountains of Arcadia and from the ancient shadowed forests of Mount Lycaeus. She wore neither the soft silks of a princess nor the glittering jewels of a queen. Her grace was forged from the purest and harshest essence of the wild, drawing strength from an untamed and unyielding divine power. When Atalanta entered the city gates with composed and dignified steps, the loud heroic conversations, the clinking of wine cups, and the sounds of steel in the square were cut off as if by a blade and were replaced by a murmuring silence. She wore a simple yet durable tunic that ended just above her knees and never restricted her agility for a single moment. The collar of her garment was fastened with a polished, plain brooch, crafted by a skilled artisan, lending her a warrior's nobility. Over her left shoulder hung a magnificent ivory-carved quiver that seemed to sing with the rhythmic clicking of its arrows at every step. That ivory casing shone with striking whiteness under the Aegean sun and proclaimed to the world her unbreakable devotion to the great goddess Artemis. The bow she held firmly in her hand was not merely a weapon, it stood like an extension of her body, a flexible and deadly ally trained by the winds of Arcadia. Her physical presence, as described in the ancient lines of the master poet Ovid, possessed such a unique aesthetic balance that if seen in a man, it would have been called too graceful and girlish, and if seen in a woman, too harsh and manly. Her hair, free from the ornate pins and scented oils of palace women, was gathered back in a simple knot, yet it shone with a brilliance that rivaled the purest gold of the sun. The sharp and unforgiving sun of the Arcadian mountains had lightly bronzed her skin. This natural hue gave her a deceptively modest and alluring air, as if she were constantly blushing with restraint. Her eyes, however, still held the wild fire of a fierce infant nursed by a she-bear, and the icy hardness in her gaze made even the most fearless heroes hesitate where they stood. Meleager, the proud son of Euaeus, king of Calydon, stood at the center of the square inspecting the elite host gathered for his father's city, and in the very first second he saw Atalanta, his heart suffered a violent shock, unlike anything he had felt in any battle before. This young hero, the grandson of Parthenion, who carried the burning blood of the war god Ares in his veins, felt to his very core that he had fallen into a fire of love so fierce that even the gods could not intervene. Meleager's soul ignited at Atalanta's stance, which held both masculine strength and the peak of femininity, and his mind was clouded like a fog by the wild beauty of this unfamiliar woman. As he whispered to himself, how great the fortune of the mortal who would win her as his wife, he remained completely unaware of how tragically and bloodily his fate was already being sealed with hers. Meleager was far more than a proud prince standing beside his father Ancaeus. He was the mysterious and fragile hero whose life had been bound by the fates to a burning log upon a hearth. Yet with Atalanta's magnificent entrance into the camp, all the dark prophecies, royal burdens, and fears of death in his mind vanished in an instant. As the young prince watched the unshakable resolve in the way the virgin huntress held her bow and the feather-light ease of her steps, he thought she was not merely a battle ally, but the missing and sacred piece his soul had been searching for in its deepest chambers. In the bright light reflected from Atalanta's ivory quiver, Meleager's eyes saw not his own end, but the beginning of an impossible, fierce, and searing love. Yet Atalanta, the proud daughter of Arcadia, remained completely deaf and blind to the admiring and desirous gazes of the elite host of men surrounding her. When she had been only an infant, she had been brutally abandoned to death by her father Iasus on Mount Parthenion, and there under the very wings of the goddess Artemis, she had sworn an eternal vow of virginity and devoted her soul to nature. To Atalanta, men were either attackers to be punished by her spear, like Rucus and Hylios, whom she had encountered in the depths of the mountains, or temporary companions in arms united for a common purpose, like Jason and Theseus. Her heart had been dedicated to the silver-bowed goddess of Olympus, and she had sealed her doors forever against earthly passions, warm homes, and marriage beds. When Atalanta reached the very front of the group of nobles and heroes of the city, the noble and icy coldness in her posture did not waver in the slightest. As Ovid had noted, time and modesty allowed no more. With the terror of the great hunt looming over the city like a dark shadow, there was neither place nor time for romantic words, delicate compliments, or courteous greetings. When Atalanta struck her spear firmly against the ground and declared her presence and resolve, towering figures such as Telamon polishing his shield and Peleus sharpening his spear began to grasp the deadly seriousness of this woman joining their ranks. She had not come to gather flowers or attend palace banquets. She had come to seize the throat of the beast that had turned Calydon's fertile fields into a sea of blood. The hidden tension among the heroes intensified under Atalanta's silent yet authoritative presence. For some of them, especially Ancaeus and Cepheus, who embodied the pride of Arcadia, began to see hunting shoulder to shoulder with a woman as a grave insult to their manly honor and warrior identity. Meleager, as he heard these unjust mutterings, grew ever sharper with the instinct to protect the woman he had not yet known but had already surrendered his soul to. His love for Atalanta merged with a deep sense of justice. Atalanta met the gazes directed at her, filled with both anger and hidden desire, with the same indifferent, superior composure she used when watching wild animals lying in ambush in the forest. For her, the only truths were the sharp tips of the arrows in her quiver and the unshakable speed that Artemis had granted her as a divine gift. Atalanta's vow of virginity was not merely a moral choice or a matter of belief. It was also the true source of her divine power and invincibility. The warning once etched into her soul by the Oracle of Delphi, "Marriage will bring you only ruin and harm," had planted an indelible fear in her heart. For this reason, even if she noticed the sparks of passion blazing like a forest fire in Meleager's eyes, she was determined to deflect them immediately like enemy arrows. Atalanta focused not on the comfort offered by the palace of Calydon or the dominion promised by a prince, but on the dark, damp valley reeking of death where she would track the monster. Meleager, however, found that his admiration for Atalanta multiplied as he witnessed her unreachable and distant demeanor. The allure of the forbidden and the impossible completely enslaved the young hero. The son of Eueneus forgot the fragile brevity of his life, bound to a single log, and devoted his entire being to winning the approval and perhaps even a single glance from this silent, noble huntress. Meleager believed that this great hunt was not only a duty to save the city, but also an opportunity granted by the gods to melt the insurmountable glaciers around Atalanta's heart. Yet this belief became the first and brightest spark of the great tragedy that would later cast his entire family and his own life into an irreversible fire. Atalanta slung her ivory quiver over her shoulder, checked her bow one last time, and withdrew to the most secluded corner of the camp into the deep shade of the great oak trees. While the other heroes clinked wine cups, shouted victory cries, and recounted their own feats, she quietly whispered prayers to Artemis and rehearsed the monster's possible movements in the forest one by one in her mind. Her absolute solitude and self-sufficient dignity made her appear even more sacred and unreachable in Meleager's eyes. As the son of Parthenion watched this mysterious woman from afar, as if in worship, he deeply felt that the hunt beginning at dawn would not only save Calydon from a monster, but would also become the greatest trial of his own soul and destiny. Thus Atalanta, the wind of Arcadia, officially and majestically joined the ranks of the Calydonian Boar hunt. With her arrival, not only the doomed fate of the beast, but also the delicate balance among all the heroes gathered in the camp was profoundly shaken. Meleager's impossible love, Atalanta's unbreakable vow, and the suppressed pride of the other heroes lay in wait, like storms ready to erupt on the plains of Calydon. When dawn broke the next day, the first arrow loosed from that ivory quiver would not only wound the boar, it would also irreversibly trigger one of the bloodiest, most sorrowful, and most epic family tragedies in history. The silent shadow of Artemis continued to watch every moment of this great human drama from the heights of Olympus with a cold, curious, and punishing gaze. The legendary 9-day feast, held in the magnificent palace of Oeneus, king of Calydon, which had brought together the most distinguished heroes of Greece, gave way to an icy silence and suffocating tension with the dawn of the 10th day. Wise Oeneus, son of Parthenion, had honored his guests like kings, welcoming them with the finest wines and the most abundant fruits of the land. Yet the vows of heroism and promises of brotherhood that had echoed through the stone walls of the palace during the night were replaced by harsh growls and poisonous arguments when daylight broke and dewdrops fell upon spear tips. Meleagros, who had assumed leadership of the hunt, sensed that while he carried his father's legacy and the city's grim fate on his shoulders, the struggle for rank, glory, and honor among the assembled warriors had grown far more destructive than the monster in the forest. As dogs barked impatiently and horses pawed the ground at dawn, the true storm was about to break not in the beast's fangs, but in the insurmountable mountains of pride within the heroes' hearts. Ancaeus and Cepheus, the proud sons of Lycurgus who had come down from the rugged cliffs of Arcadia, stood at the very front moments before the great hunt began and were the first to tear the silence apart. Ancaeus, who carried a massive double-edged battle-axe as lightly as a feather, fixed his hatred-filled gaze like an arrow upon Atalanta, the virgin huntress who had newly joined the camp. In Ancaeus's narrow view, heroism was a sacred privilege reserved only for men, won through brute strength and spilled male blood. For this reason he saw a woman walking side by side on equal footing with the noblest and highest-ranking men of Greece as a crushing blow dealt to his own honor. This fierce son of Lycurgus slammed his axe into the ground with such fury that the stones of the city seemed to tremble, and he shouted in a voice loud enough for the entire camp to hear that he refused to enter the same forest and share the same fate with this proud daughter of Arcadia. Standing beside him like a shadow, his brother Cepheus joined this furious protest, arguing that the presence of a woman would defile the divine sanctity of the hunt, bring bad luck, and once again draw the wrath of Olympus upon them. These two Arcadian brothers deliberately ignored the fact that Atalanta had been suckled by a female bear and hardened under the protection of the goddess Artemis, choosing instead to label her merely as an overstepping foreign woman. In their view, the presence of a virgin beside towering figures like Jason, Theseus, and the Dioscuri was an indelible stain smeared upon a 1,000-year-old heroic tradition. Many heroes in the camp, surrendering to that dark and ancient prejudice within them, silently nodded in agreement, deeply fearing that their traditional sense of honor would be overshadowed by a woman's skill. When Meleagros, son of King Oeneus, heard these exclusionary and venomous words, he felt the noble blood in his veins boil with anger and shame. This young hero, grandson of Parthenion, tried to bury deep within his heart the profound and burning love for Atalanta that the gods themselves had breathed into his soul, yet he could not reconcile remaining silent in the face of this injustice with his manhood or his sense of justice. Meleagros stepped forward as the absolute authority of the hunt and the sole host of the city, standing before Ancaeus and Cepheus like an unshakable, towering fortress. The young prince pressed his will upon the argument like a bronze seal, declaring that the hunt was not merely a test of brute force, but of sharp aim and unyielding courage, and that Atalanta's bow and wind-envying speed were far more deadly than many of their rusted spears. Meleagros knew that this unparalleled host gathered in the camp stood on the brink of disbanding because of a woman's presence, yet he had no intention of yielding even an ounce from the scales of justice. Raising his spear to the sky, the son of Oeneus loudly proclaimed that anyone who opposed Atalanta's participation in the hunt was free to leave the camp at once, but that those who chose to stay were obligated to show her the same sacred respect owed to a fellow warrior. Although Meleagros's uncompromising stance forced the prideful Ancaeus into momentary silence, it planted a seed of insidious hatred in the very heart of the camp. By standing against the most powerful men of Greece to protect his love and his beliefs, the young prince took a massive step onto the tragic crossroads prepared by the fates. As the arguments flared like embers, the sons of Thestius, Plexippus, and Toxius, who were Meleagros's uncles, lay in wait within the shadows and stoked their ancient, jealous hostility toward their nephew through whispered words. These proud sons of Thestius saw it as an unforgivable betrayal and a shattering of authority that Meleagros, the son of their own sister Althea, would cast aside his kin of the same blood and lineage to exalt a foreign woman so highly. Plexippus believed that this passion of Meleagros endangered not only the walls of Calydon, but also the unshakable honor of the house of Thestius itself. This hidden hatred between uncles and nephew hung over the camp before the hunt like a dark, storm-laden cloud. Although Plexippus and Toxius did not yet openly draw swords against Meleagros's legitimate authority, they met every command he issued with mocking, contemptuous smiles and seized every opportunity to stir unrest among the heroes. The sons of Thestius frequently revived the dark rumors that Meleagros was not truly the seed of King Oeneus, but of Ares, the god who spread terror in war, thereby calling their nephew's decisions and legitimacy into question at every turn. For them, this hunt was not merely about bringing down a monster. It was a bloody opportunity offered by the gods to strip Meleagros of his throne, his honor, and ultimately his life. Through deep ambition, these sinister and dark schemes of the uncles were already laying the foundations for the great tragedy that would begin once the hunt ended. At the very center of all this clamor and the torrent of hatred directed at her, Atalanta, the Virgin of Arcadia, stood with unshakable calm and divine dignity. Slung with her ivory quiver and checking the string of her bow one final time by listening to its tone, this young woman appeared utterly blind and deaf to the men's childish battles of pride and lust for rank. Atalanta possessed not the fragile elegance of a princess, but the marble hardness of a warrior and the purity of the wind. The sunburn on her skin and the lightning flashing in her eyes foretold that her only answer to these insults would be the blood of the monster spilled in the darkness of the forest. Her noble silence elevated Meleagros's admiration for her into reverence, while further fueling the fire of rage within rivals like Ancaeus. Bound by the eternal vow of virginity she had sworn to the great goddess Artemis, Atalanta felt no debt of gratitude to any mortal man, not even to Meleagros, who defended her like a shield. For her, this hunt was merely a duty, to halt the sacred punishment sent by Artemis, and to prove to the giants of Greece the skill she had earned in the heart of nature. This proud daughter of Arcadia had already sensed deep within her soul that the intense masculine arrogance dominating the camp was the clearest herald of the bloody catastrophe to come. When Atalanta gripped her spear tightly and looked toward the depths of the forest and that misty valley, she understood with bitter clarity that the only enemy awaiting her there was not the massive wild boar. Queen Althea, mother of Meleagros and daughter of Thestius, watched this deadly tension from a high palace window and felt the cold hand of an indescribable fear clutch her heart. Althea saw, on one side, the ambitions of her own brothers Plexippus and Toxius, and on the other, the passion of her beloved son Meleagros. Remembering the half-burned log she kept in a heavy chest in her chamber, which represented her son's life, the queen feared in terror that the sparks of this family conflict would ignite that enchanted piece of wood and reduce it to ash. The prophecy whispered by the fates at the hearth murmured with silent yet unshakable certainty that this hunt would end not only with the death of a monster, but also with the breaking of sacred family bonds and the destruction of a dynasty. At last, when the sun of the 10th day painted the hills in gold, the hunting host moved out under Meleagros's firm and irreversible command. Ancaeus and Cepheus took their places in the ranks with muttering and hatred, yet they never once took their eyes off Atalanta, as if ready to crush her at the slightest mistake. Great legends such as Jason, Theseus, and Telamon respecting Meleagros's leadership for suppressing this small revolt with authority took their first steps into the darkness of the forest. As the people of Calydon watched this massive force, resembling a powder keg ready to explode, depart from atop the walls, they prayed not only for the monster's death, but also for the destructive fury among the heroes to be extinguished. Thus this assembly of chosen warriors, gathered under Meleagros's leadership, began to advance toward the damp valley where the hunt would commence, beneath the immense shadow of pride and prejudice. By allowing Atalanta to walk at his side, the son of Oeneus preserved both his love and his shaken royal authority for the moment, yet the price of this temporary victory would become one of the heaviest prices in history. The sly gazes of his uncles Plexippus and Toxeus, the vengeful ambition of Ancaeus, and Atalanta's divine distance were enough to turn the forests of Calydon into a place of catastrophe. The first monstrous roar that would soon echo from the depths of the forest would also unleash, with a terrifying explosion, these suppressed emotions and accumulated hatred into the open. King Oeneus of Calydon welcomed, with splendor worthy of his name, the legendary heroes who had come from all corners of Greece to subdue the colossal beast that had turned every inch of land outside the city walls into a vision of hell and to restore the shaken honor of his kingdom. The wise king, the son of Parthenion, now knew that he had paid for neglecting the great goddess Artemis with the blood of his entire realm. Yet, with this chosen company whose presence had opened the massive gates of his palace, he still held an undying hope that he could reweave the threads of fate. As Oeneus hosted his guests, he offered the finest and rarest wines, radiant enough to rival daylight itself, pressed from the sacred vines that he had received directly from Dionysus, the god of wine. The high-ceilinged halls of the palace of Calydon began to echo with the deep and confident voices of Greece's noblest lineages, reflected in bronze armor gleaming in the flickering golden light of torches, and in ivory scabbards that shone softly. Before the bloody curtain of this legendary hunt was raised, King Oeneus had sworn to host this assembled elite force in his palace for a full 9 days. These 9 days were not only a time of physical rest against the terror that approached, they were also a period in which complex bonds among heroes, ancient friendships and sharp rivalries blended together, where pride and courage melted into the same cup. As carefully recorded in the dusty accounts of Apollodorus, the banquet table was led by Meleager, with figures such as Jason, Theseus, Peleus, Telamon, and the Dioscuri seated side by side. As each hero recounted the heavenly tales of his glorious ancestors and his own victories, one crystal goblet after another was emptied and then refilled with the ruby glow of wine. In the early days of the feast, Jason, the unshakable leader of the Argonauts who had crossed savage oceans, raised his cup to Theseus, the mighty protector of Athens, and revived the memory of the Golden Fleece and their past adventures. While Theseus and his close companion Pirithous sat at one corner of the table and whispered in low voices about the deadly strategies they would set against the monster, the people of the palace regarded the sight of these two giants standing together as a blessing granted to the kingdom by the gods. Their friendship rose like an island of trust amid the tense and competitive atmosphere that began to dominate the camp. Yet this calm peace was often broken by the dark muttering of the Arcadians and the sons of Thestius. At the other end of the palace, the sons of Aeacus, Peleus, and Telamon carefully checked the balance of their spears while they debated how they would immortalize their future glory in this sacred hunt. Peleus spoke with great passion of his close friendship and alliance with King Eurytion, entirely unaware of the dreadful accident that fate had prepared for him in the depths of the forest, the ominous moment when he would spill his friend's blood. The unshakable and imposing stance of these two brothers formed a defense for the city of Oeneus, stronger than any wall. Yet the shadow of pride slowly and stealthily began to fall upon these brave men from Phthia as well. The most captivating and striking figure of the 9-day feast was, without question, Atalanta, the maiden of Arcadia. Without setting aside her ivory quiver for even a second, she approached the loud and often empty displays of male heroism with a distant calm and a divine coldness. The presence of Atalanta became an endless source of argument and contempt, especially among heroes such as Ancaeus and Cepheus, who were conservative men that valued nothing beyond brute strength. Meleager, meanwhile, could not take his eyes from Atalanta for a single moment, even as his wife Cleopatra, the daughter of Idas and Marpessa, waited for her husband in the quiet rooms of the upper floors of the palace. He burned inwardly with an impossible love for this virgin huntress, a love that turned his soul to ash. Meleager's uncles, the proud and jealous sons of Thestius, Plexippus, and Toxius, regarded their nephew's excessive interest in this foreign woman and the fairness shown to her as signs of weakness and shame. During the 9 days of feasting, the hidden hatred between uncles and nephew grew as red, sharp, and burning as the spilled wine itself. Plexippus questioned Meleager's leadership and decisions at every opportunity, knowingly and eagerly sowing the seeds of the great storm that would break at the end of the hunt, the bloody family tragedy to come. This tension within the family lingered in the center of the hall like a heavy stench, more dangerous than the monster's ivory tusks. The Dioscuri twins of Lacedaemon, Castor, and Pollux, the undying pride of their land, captivated the young people of Calydon for 9 nights by displaying their agility in horsemanship and their devastating mastery of boxing. Their divine lineage and flawless physical power added a sacred quality that surpassed mortal limits to the army of hunters. Yet the wise seer Amphiaraos, the son of Oikles, sensed the dark chain of events that lay behind these joyful displays and festive laughter. With every sip from his cup, Amphiaraos detected the metallic scent of Artemis's silent anger and of the innocent kin-blood that would soon be spilled. However, knowing that the iron wheels of fate could not be stopped, he continued to preserve his ominous silence. On the night of the 9th day, an unprecedented and breath-stealing heaviness settled over the palace of Calydon. At dawn, they would enter the damp and dark depths of the forest and face the fire-breathing, hellish eyes of the colossal beast. Oeneus offered the sacred wine of Dionysus to all the heroes one last time, and entrusted to them the honor of Greece, his dynasty, and his people. That night, Meleager lay awake, thinking of the half-burned log upon which the fates had bound his life, and of the mysterious chest kept by his mother, Althea. The grandson of Parthenion, knowing that his life depended on a single thread, on the fire of a piece of wood, was determined to stake everything in this hunt, even his soul. When the dawn of the 10th day descended upon the plains of Calydon like a grey, heavy fog, the greatest army history had seen gathered before the city's high walls. Spears had been polished, dogs had begun to bark impatiently, and the artificial friendship of the 9 days past gave way to a cold, professional discipline of war and an ominous silence. When Meleager raised his spear like a banner and gave the order to march, Atalanta, the wind-born daughter of Arcadia, had already taken her place in the front line where the wind first blew. Although Ancaeus and the others grumbled inwardly with the pride of following a woman, they were forced into silence, crushed beneath the unshakable authority of Meleager. Thus, after that magnificent and lavish 9-day feast, this legendary band of Greek heroes took their first steps against the wrath of Artemis. As the people of Calydon watched from the walls the departure of this massive army, resembling a powder keg ready to explode, they prayed to the gods for the safety of the bloody hunt and for the return of their loved ones. As the heroes advanced toward the dark valley covered with ancient oak trees and impenetrable reeds, the first growl of the monster echoing through the forest announced not only the presence of the wild boar, but also the awakening of the suppressed savagery, pride, and hatred within these men. With the first light of the 10th day, the wheels of fate began to turn forever and irreversibly for Meleager and Atalanta. The magnificent company of heroes that had departed from the high walls of Calydon silently drifted toward the damp depths of the rugged and impassable lands of Aetolia as the first light of the 10th day blended into a grey mist. The most distinguished warriors of Greece, gathered at the call of King Oeneus, had long since forgotten the warmth and wine haze of the 9-day feast they had left behind. They had focused their minds on the divine terror lying in ambush within the dark heart of the forest, the wrath of Artemis. As Meleager, the grandson of Parthenion, advanced at the front while carrying his spear like a banner with firm resolve, he personally and painfully observed at every step how the monster had turned the fertile plains of the city into swamps and fields of ruin. The golden ears of grain that had once waved in the wind had become a sorrowful, muddy wreckage formed by ancient trees torn out by the ivory strikes of the massive boar and by trampled crops. From the shattered ground beneath their feet, the heroes clearly understood how physical and how unstoppable the force before them truly was. Lynceus, with his legendary eyes that could see even the veins beneath the earth, fixed his gaze on the damp floor of the valley and read the massive creature's tracks one by one like a map. These claw marks, far wider and deeper than those of a bull, struck the heroes' faces like a cold slap, revealing just how enormous the monster's mass had been. Each slash of its claws had sunk into the depths of the soil like a knife and had savagely torn apart all vegetation in its path. Following this terrifying guidance, the army of heroes silently descended toward the deep, dark valley where sunlight struggled to enter and where giant oak trees covered the sky like a dome. The valley was an impassable refuge fed by rainwater streams, where reeds and rushes covered everything with wild abundance. Willow branches bent over the water, forming a green and ominous labyrinth that rendered the valley floor almost completely invisible. Marsh plants and damp reeds clung to the hero's bronze boots with every step, making progress even more arduous and dangerous. Within this humid silence, only the distant trickling of water and the unsettling metallic clicks seeping from the hero's armor could be heard. Slipping through the shadows, this elite force began to encircle the deep valley where the wildest elements of nature had converged, step by step. At Meleager's decisive signal, the hunting party began to skillfully spread around the valley to secure strategic positions. One group of heroes carefully stretched massive, thick nets between dense oak trees to block the monster's possible escape routes. Another group prepared to release the leashes of the most aggressive hunting dogs, which had been trained for months to catch the monster's scent. The moment they were freed, the dogs shot like arrows into the shadowy depths of the valley and began to surround the reeds where the monster had lain in ambush, growling fiercely. The heroes extended their spears forward and entered a tense, deadly vigil, taut like bowstrings, ready to snap at any instant. Atalanta, the maiden of Arcadia, adjusted her ivory quiver and took her place at the very front, at the heart of the danger. Her bow remained fixed on the center of the valley, ready to release death at any moment. Beside her, Meleager watched the reeds where the monster lurked, while also finding himself unable to resist gazing in admiration at this proud woman's unshakable courage and wind-tossed golden hair. Great names such as Jason, Theseus, and Telamon held different branches of the valley and emptied their lungs to catch even the slightest breath of the monster. This formidable assembly gathered all its physical and spiritual strength to corner the greatest divine beast history had known. Yet the silence was nothing more than the critical stillness before a storm. The valley had already thirsted for the noble blood that was about to be spilled. Suddenly, from within the dense reeds on the valley floor, a massive dark shape burst forth with the speed of lightning hurled from colliding clouds. The monster erupted from its damp lair with such fury that it smashed even centuries-old trees like dry twigs as it charged ahead. It was the famed Calydonian Boar, outfitted by Artemis with her own hands, larger than bulls, with bristles as hard as spears, and eyes blazing like burning embers. As the discordant and horrifying growls rising from the monster's throat echoed along the valley slopes, the most primal fear awakened once more in the hearts of all the heroes. Poisonous foam sprayed from the boar's mouth, instantly scorching every green leaf it touched, while the heat of its breath formed a trembling curtain of terror in the air. Faced with this sudden and devastating assault, the dogs of the party became the first victims. Flung into the air by the sideways strikes of the boar's ivory tusks, their lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. The spear Jason hurled veered off course due to the monster's unbelievable speed and accidentally pinned an innocent hunting dog to the earth. After shoving the dogs aside, the boar launched a deadly charge toward the heroes stationed on the right flank. Hippolytus and Pelagon, who had stood guard there and had been tasked with protecting that flank, were crushed one by one beneath the monster's unyielding bulk. Their companions were forced to strain with every ounce of strength to pull the shattered bodies of these two brave men away from the battlefield. Echion, the unmatched runner, became the first to hurl his spear at the beast, but his excitement caused the weapon to miss its mark and lodge harmlessly into the trunk of an innocent maple tree. Immediately afterward, Jason hurled his spear with great force, aiming for the monster's back. However, the spear glided past the beast and buried itself in distant brush. Mopsus, the son of Ancaeus, cried out loudly to the great god Apollo in order to strike the monster. Apollo partially answered his prayer and allowed the spear to hit its target. Yet the goddess Artemis stole its bronze tip while it was in flight, rendering the spear a useless, crude piece of wood. The monster's rage did not subside and continued to spread blood and terror with every step. As Ancaeus, the son of Hippocoon, tried to evade the beast's sharp tusks, he unfortunately turned his back, and the monster severed his knee tendons with a single blow, bringing him crashing to the ground. As Ancaeus screamed in agony from the mortal wound that would ensure he never stood again, the monster turned toward its next victim, Hylaeus. As many sources unanimously stated, Hylaeus became one of the first nobles to lose his life, unable to withstand the monster's divine power. The deep valley of Calydon began to be soaked not only with mud and water, but also with the noble blood of Greece's finest warriors. Nestor, still young and agile at that time, faced the monster's relentless assault. When the boar swung its massive tusks toward him, the future king of Pylos managed to use his spear like a pole and grasp the branches of the nearest tree. From the safety of a high branch, Nestor watched in horror as the monster splintered the tree's trunk, piece by piece with its teeth. When the beast failed to catch Nestor, it vented its fury on Hippasus and tore his hip apart with a deep wound. The valley turned into a scene of total chaos. The heroes' orderly encirclement shattered under the monster's brute force. At that moment, Peleus stood shoulder to shoulder with his close companion Eurytion, trying to stop the beast. However, the monster's speed and its sudden lunges from within the brush caused spears to miss their targets. When Peleus hurled his spear to strike the boar, a bitter and dark twist of fate sent the weapon not into the monster, but accidentally into King Eurytion. As Eurytion, the king of Phthia, fell to the ground by his friend's spear, Peleus was shaken by the horror of the terrible mistake he had made. This tragedy deeply shook the hero's morale and further strengthened the monster's dominance in the valley. As Telamon pursued the monster with fury, his foot caught on an oak root and he fell face first into the mud. Peleus, unable to pause to mourn his beloved friend Eurytion, rushed to help lift his brother Telamon from the ground. The Dioscuri twins, Castor and Pollux, charged toward the monster on their white horses, their spears flashing in the air. Had the monster not taken refuge at that moment in the deeper, impassable thickets of the valley, the twins' spears would surely have brought it down. Instead, the boar plunged into those untouched forests where neither horses nor spears could enter, gaining temporary safety. The first phase of this bloody clash in the valley ended in complete disaster for the heroes. The divine monster sent by Artemis eliminated Greece's noblest names one by one without having suffered even a single wound. Seeing his force on the verge of collapse, Meleager raised his spear into the air and called the heroes to regroup and reclaim their honor. The growls of the monster echoing among the valley's shadows heralded a far greater and bloodier confrontation that was about to begin, the moment when the first blood would be drawn. Without lowering her bow for even a moment, Atalanta drew her sharpest arrow from her ivory quiver and set it to the string. She had already understood why the men's attacks, driven by brute force and uncontrolled fury, had failed, and she lay in ambush like a statue to seize the monster's weakest point. When Meleager saw the divine determination in Atalanta's eyes, he sensed that the fate of the hunt rested in this woman's fingers. The deep silence of the valley, was about to be broken by the sound of that famed arrow released from an ivory bow. The damp and echoing valley of Calydon froze for a brief moment when the arrow released from the ivory bow of Atalanta, the Virgin of Arcadia, struck true and sank just below the monster's ear. When Meleager, the grandson of Parthenion, saw that first bright drop of blood sliding through the beast's coarse, bristling hide, his heart beat with both an indescribable love and a swelling pride. Raising his spear high, the young prince cried out that they should grant a woman's unshakable courage the honor it deserved, and he called upon all the warriors of Greece to bear witness to that historic moment. Yet Meleager's sincere praise did not create a wave of admiration among the proud heroes gathered in the camp. Instead, it stirred a storm of buried, poisonous anger and jealousy. The most noble and high-ranking men of Greece could not accept that a woman had drawn blood before them, and with uncontrolled, savage ambition, they rushed blindly toward the monster. The elite force of Greece, seeking to avoid humiliation in the face of Atalanta's success and to cover that shame, completely broke battle discipline and launched a disordered, chaotic assault into the damp depths of the valley. Spears clashed against one another, war cries drowned out the monster's growls, and the hero's pride became the greatest and most insidious danger within the forest. As the ancient verses of Ovid stated, that excited and ambitious crowd became so confused that the weapons thrown hindered one another more than the monster itself, and friendly fire flew through the air. At the very center of this uncontrolled chaos, Ancaeus, the son of Lycurgus from the rugged mountains of Arcadia, stood out as the purest and most tragic symbol of hubris and inevitable destruction. Ancaeus was known as one of the strongest warriors the Parisian lands had ever seen, famed for wielding a massive double-edged battle axe as lightly as a feather. This proud son of Lycurgus regarded Atalanta's magnificent strike as nothing more than blind chance and described the presence of women on the battlefield as a divine mistake, an insult. Raising his muscular arms, which looked as if they had been cast from bronze, Ancaeus let his axe gleam in the pitch-dark shadows of the valley where sunlight barely reached, and he began to roar at the heroes around him. As his voice echoed off the rocky slopes, the unstoppable arrogance he carried struck like a hammer in every syllable. "Look and bear witness," Ancaeus shouted, fixing his eyes on the reeds where the monster lay in ambush. "I will now prove to all of you with blood how much more superior a man's steel weapons were than a woman's." With those venomous words, the Arcadian hero had targeted not only Atalanta, but also the great goddess Artemis, who had sent the monster and protected the virgin huntress. For Ancaeus, brute force was far more sacred than divine justice or the art of war. He was trapped in an illusion so heavy that he believed the strength of his own arms surpassed the unshakable will of Olympus. Ancaeus carried his arrogance one step further and dared to cross a boundary no mortal should ever cross. He cried out that even if Latonia, Artemis herself, protected the creature or defended it with her own spear, his right hand would be enough to crush it. These words caused an icy, ominous wind to sweep through the depths of the forest and filled the hearts of devout heroes like Meleager with deep fear, for such shameless boasting against the gods was never left unpunished under the ancient laws. Artemis watched this mortal's insolence from among the tallest trees of the forest with a cold, punitive silence. The proud Ancaeus gripped his axe tightly with both hands, straightened his body, and rose with imposing force onto the tips of his toes as he took that deadly step toward the monster. From the outside, his stance appeared like an unbreakable monument of courage, yet it was in truth the opening act of an inevitable end. As the son of Lycurgus stared directly into the monster's fire-spitting, hellish eyes, he failed to notice that the wrath of Artemis had gathered within the beast's tensed muscles. Sensing the scent of such heavy arrogance, the monster surged toward Ancaeus like a storm, driven by its most savage instincts. Just as Ancaeus was about to bring his great axe down, the monster lunged with lightning speed and shattered the hero's guard. The boar's enormous, razor-sharp ivory tusks plunged deep into the warrior's weakest point, his groin, before Ancaeus's axe could reach its target. As Ovid described in his bloodiest detail, this was the place where death was most certain and most painful. The monster swept its tusks sideways with brutal force and tore through Ancaeus's body like a piece of cloth. The giant Arcadian hero, who only a moment before had challenged the gods, now collapsed slowly onto the damp forest floor. As the valley shook with Ancaeus's heart-rending scream, his intestines began to spill out one by one from his torn abdomen. The green vegetation, soaked in his warm blood, was stained red, as if crying out the price of hubris. Though Ancaeus tried to gather his spilling organs with his hands and hold on to life, his strength flowed out of his veins like rivers. The once invincible and proud warrior now lay beneath the feet of Artemis's monster as a bloody proof of how futile a mortal's arrogance was before divine justice. The other heroes held their breath and stood frozen for a moment in the face of that horrific sight. At that moment, Nestor of Pylos, who was then still in the spring of youth yet already known for his wisdom, faced the monster's unstoppable fury after it had torn Ancaeus apart. Long before he became the famous wise king of the future Trojan War, Nestor was also known as a warrior of speed and agility. With Ancaeus's blood still in its mouth, the monster turned its course toward Nestor and charged to drive its massive tusks into the young hero. In that critical second, when he felt the monster's hot, poisonous breath on his skin, Nestor realized that he had to show a reflex beyond mortal limits. Nestor planted his long spear firmly into the ground and hurled himself into the air like a pole vaulter. This masterful move let the monster's tusks pass just beneath him and pulled Nestor back from the embrace of certain death by a single second. Using the momentum of his spear, the young hero managed to grasp the branches of a great oak tree nearby. When Nestor took refuge on a safe branch above, he was left breathless as he saw how close he had come to that divine terror waiting below. The future ruler of Pylos survived by using his mind and his spear as a lever instead of relying on brute force. Enraged at letting Nestor escape, the monster began to attack the trunk of the tree where the young hero had taken shelter. The boar scraped its ivory tusks against the oak's knotted bark, sharpening them further, and shook the trunk as if trying to bring the massive tree down. When Nestor looked down from above, he saw not only savagery in the monster's eyes, but also the cold, demanding vengeance of great Artemis. The ground below had turned into a graveyard with Ancaeus's lifeless body and his spilled entrails. In that moment, Nestor understood once more that no mortal could be safe in that forest without the gods' favor and a measure of reason. Pirithous, the son of Ixion and the close companion of Theseus, wanted to rush at the monster with fury when he saw Ancaeus fall. However, Theseus, the wise protector of Athens, seized his friend by the arm and pulled him back sharply. Theseus sensed that Ancaeus's end had been not merely a physical defeat, but a divine punishment. He warned his friend by crying out that brave men had to keep their distance from the monster, and he said that what had destroyed Ancaeus had not been the monster's tusks but the unstoppable arrogance within his own heart. In this way, he saved his companion from certain death. The clash in the valley turned into complete tragedy with Ancaeus's horrific death. While the heroes tried to fend off the monster's attacks, they also struggled to remove their companion's torn body from the battlefield. Meleager saw as a leader that the morale of his force was on the verge of collapse, and he raised his spear and called the heroes to unite once more. Yet the heavy stench hanging in the air and the sight of Ancaeus reminded everyone in the most painful way how severe the price of hubris truly was. The silent wrath of Artemis echoed again in every growl of the monster, and the cost of that forgotten altar grew heavier with each passing second. The plains of Calydon were no longer merely a hunting ground. They had become a field of warning, where human arrogance was shattered before divine justice. Meleager, Atalanta, and the others still stood there to spill the monster's blood, but with Ancaeus's death, they faced for the first time in the starkest way how bloody the true cost of that hunt could be. Calydon's deep valley, impassable and ringed by ancient trees that seemed to tear the sky apart, had been shaken by a choking, metallic stench of blood after the terrifying moment in which Ancaeus had paid for his arrogance with his own entrails. Meleagros, the grandson of Parthenion and the proud leader of the hunt, had felt on his skin both the venomous, serpent-like glances of his uncles and the unstoppable savagery of the beast, while he watched with deep anxiety how Greece's most elite heroes had been dragged into a state of uncontrolled chaos. The gruesome death of the proud Ancaeus had not broken the morale of this mighty host gathered at the camp. Instead, it had driven every warrior into an even fiercer, more jealous frenzy. The monster's growls echoing across the damp valley floor had sounded like a silent, ominous herald of the tragic mistakes about to unfold and of that first blood that would change the course of history forever. Jason, the son of Aeson, the glorious leader of Iolcos and the legendary conqueror of the Golden Fleece, had gripped his spear even tighter with a humiliating rage born from seeing every blow he had hurled at the beast fail until that moment. As the unshakable commander of the Argonauts, Jason had wanted to stand at the front lines of this hunt as well and carve his name beside the immortals, yet the sly twist of fate had turned his every move into bitter disappointment. This mighty hero, who had once lulled a giant dragon to sleep with Medea's narcotic spells, had now personally and painfully experienced how his physical strength and strategic mind had become useless against the cold wrath of the great goddess Artemis in the dark depths of the Calydonian forests. At the critical second when the beast had burst from the dense brush like a bolt of lightning, Jason had raised his spear into the air with all his muscle and ambition and had chosen the boar's spine as his target. As ancient verses attributed to Ovid had conveyed, although this first spear thrown by Jason had glided forward with the hope of striking true, the hero's excessive force and uncontrolled excitement had caused it to sail past the target like a bird in flight. This failure had completely shattered the patience of Jason, the protector of the city, and had blindly driven him toward a riskier, more careless attack. Positioning himself again for a second attempt, Jason, the son of Aeson, had hurled his spear this time with great fury toward the beast's side, straight into the gap between its ribs. At that moment, however, fortune had once again turned against the hero, and a divine intervention had altered the spear's course. Instead of reaching the calloused, hardened hide of the beast he had aimed for, Jason's spear had struck an innocent hunting dog that had been surrounding the monster with growls and serving its master with loyalty. The unfortunate animal had been pierced through the flank by the sharp tip of the spear, had collapsed to the ground in agony, and had been literally pinned to the blood-soaked earth. This scene had caused an icy pause among the heroes in the valley, while Jason had been shaken by a deep, searing shame at having struck an innocent ally with his own weapon. As the cries of the wounded animal had echoed through the forest, Artemis's beast had taken advantage of the confusion and intensified its attacks. Jason's predicament had stood as the clearest proof of how the gods mocked mortal arrogance and how no target had been guaranteed on the plains of Calydon. Yet, this tragedy would soon pale beside a far greater loss between friends. At the same time, Peleus, the son of Aeacus from the lands of Phthia, and the man who would one day become the father of the legendary Achilles, had been trying to tighten the circle around the beast together with his loyal brother Telamon. Peleus had been a hero who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with Heracles and had been famed for his physical strength and his skill with the spear. At his side had stood Eurytion, the king of Phthia, who had never withheld his support and had once welcomed Peleus into his own palace. Eurytion, the son of Actor, had been a noble ruler known for his unshakable courage and had been both a friend and a protector to Peleus. As part of a bitter and dark game of fate, Telamon, while chasing the beast with reckless determination, had caught his foot on a twisting oak root hidden beneath the soil and had fallen face first into the mud. Seeing his brother fall, Peleus's attention had wavered for a moment, but he had immediately noticed the beast lunging toward the defenseless Telamon and had raised his spear. To save his brother from certain death, the son of Aeacus had poured his entire soul into his weapon and had thrown it. Yet in that surge of adrenaline and amid the dust and chaos of the battlefield, Peleus had been unable to calculate who the deadly throw he intended for the beast would actually strike. The sharp spear released from Peleus's hand had torn through the air toward the monster, but at that very second, Eurytion had rushed into the spear's fatal path to encircle the beast from another side. At that tragic point, agreed upon by ancient writers such as Apollodorus, Peleus's spear had unintentionally sunk into the chest of his dear friend Eurytion. As Eurytion, the king of Phthia, had collapsed onto the wet forest floor by the hand of Peleus, the man who had opened his home to him and loved him like a brother, it had once again become horrifyingly clear how bloody the true cost of this great hunt would be. The crushing guilt Peleus had felt while holding his friend's lifeless body in his arms had been branded as an indelible stain upon his heroic glory. The brave man who had once ruled Phthia had now lost his life beneath the shadow of Artemis's beast by the hand of his closest companion. The clash in the valley had no longer been merely a hunt. It had turned into a field of madness, where heroes destroyed one another, and the innocent alike. While Jason had struck an innocent dog, and Peleus had killed his most loyal friend, the massive boar sent by Artemis had continued to spread terror without having suffered a single wound. In the very midst of this despair and chaos, Atalanta, the wind-born daughter of Arcadia and the virgin huntress, had calmly set her sharpest arrow from her ivory quiver onto the string of her bow. The proud daughter of Iasus had coldly observed from a distance the tragic mistakes into which men had fallen through brute force and uncontrolled ambition, and she had waited for the monster's weakest moment. Atalanta's eyes had scanned the valley's shadows with the sharp focus of a she-bear nursing her cubs, watching for the instant when her target would be sealed by the divine inspiration she had received from the great goddess Artemis. Drawing the bowstring back to the level of her ear, Atalanta had held her breath and had focused on the monster's rear through the deafening shouts that filled the camp. The young huntress had calculated the wind's direction and the beast's next move with such precision that, the moment she released her fingers, the arrow's hum had silenced the valley for an instant. As Ovid had noted, the legendary arrow shot from the ivory bow had glided through the air like a star, had pierced the beast's coarse bristles, and had sunk deeply just below its ear. With this strike, the infamous first blood had begun to flow for the first time from the Calydonian beast that had seemed untouchable until then. The thin trickle of blood staining the boar's thick, calloused hide had stood as a bloody proof that a woman had accomplished what Greece's strongest men had not. Atalanta's hit had not only shaken the monster, but had also shaken the arrogant masculinity of the camp to its core. As recorded by Pausanias, the fact that the first wound had been inflicted by a woman had marked a great turning point that would completely alter how honor would be distributed in the hunt. The moment Meleagros had seen Atalanta's success, the fire of love in his heart had flared once more, and he had shouted with great pride. Amid the astonished and jealous gazes of the other heroes, he had exalted Atalanta, crying out, "Honor a woman's courage! She spilled the first blood." At that moment, the young prince had understood more clearly that every arrow in the virgin huntress's ivory quiver had truly represented the salvation of an entire kingdom. Yet Meleagros's sincere praise had only further inflamed the hatred and jealousy in the hearts of his uncles, Plexippus and Toxius. Atalanta, however, had received the pride of wounding the beast with quiet nobility, and had drawn her bow once more, readying herself for her next move. For her, this success had been merely part of the debt she owed to Artemis. The contests of honor in the world of men had still seemed like child's play to her. In that green valley stained with the monster's blood, this proud daughter of Arcadia had formally begun her own legend before Greece's noblest heroes. Although the plains of Calydon would soon be shaken by the final blow delivered by Meleagros, the honor of the first blood would remain forever in a woman's hands. In the deep valley of Calydon, where damp ancient oak trees covered the sky like enormous hands, time seemed to have frozen at that moment, as if by divine intervention. The legendary arrow that flew from the ivory bow of Atalanta, the virgin huntress who was the earthly shadow of the great goddess Artemis and the wind-born daughter of Arcadia, tore through the air with a star-like flash and pierced the beast's coarse bristles, lodging itself just beneath its ear. When the first bright and warm trickle of blood seeped from the boar's calloused hide, long believed to be impenetrable, and fell onto the moist ground of the valley, an entire army of heroes sank into silence, filled with awe and shame. Meleagros, the grandson of Parthenion and the proud leader of the hunt, was shaken by the deep love he felt for this proud woman under the protection of the great goddess Artemis, and he was the first to notice the red stain upon the monster's hide. Driven by the excitement granted by the royal blood flowing through his veins, and perhaps by the burning legacy of the war god Ares, Meleagros surged forward and raised his spear triumphantly into the air. Fixing his gaze upon Atalanta's stance, both masculine and graceful, the young prince cried out, "O brave men of Greece, bear witness to this. Give a woman's courage and unshakable skill the honor they deserved." As Meleagros's voice echoed along the rocky slopes of the valley, it became a spark that ignited the suppressed pride of the great assembly of heroes. While the son of Oeneus sought to uphold justice by exalting the woman he loved, he was not yet aware that he had sown seeds of jealousy in the hearts of the strongest men in Greece. Those chosen warriors, each a legend in his own right, and gathered at the invitation of King Oeneus of Calydon, began to see a woman's shedding of blood before them as a grave insult to their honor. Jason, the famed leader of Iolcos, gripped his spear more tightly. Theseus, the mighty protector of Athens, and his loyal companion Pirithous exchanged glances and silently shared their deep humiliation. The avengers of Greece, driven by an uncontrolled fury born of being diminished by a woman's success, completely abandoned order and rushed recklessly toward the monster. When Meleagros saw this jealous and chaotic reaction from his companions, he understood once more that the greatest danger in the valley was no longer the wild boar, but the pride of mortals. Heroes from every corner of Greece began hurling their spears in great confusion, seeking to overshadow Atalanta's legendary first strike and to inscribe their own names into the history of the hunt. As related in the ancient verses of Ovid, the crowd was so large and the throws so disordered that the hurled weapons collided with one another in mid-air before reaching the beast. Each hero burned with the desire to claim the boar's hide, yet this hasty behavior only caused the monster to grow more ferocious and the chaos to deepen. Seeing his host on the brink of collapse, Meleagros raised his spear and decided to take initiative himself in order to save these noble men, blinded by pride, from a tragic mistake. Meleagros, the son of Parthenion, carefully observed how the monster, further enraged by the wound opened by Atalanta, spun around itself like a bloody whirlwind. The boar ground its ivory tusks together with a screech and sprayed venomous white foam from its mouth as it tried to tear apart everything before it. The young hero hurled his first spear with the invincible strength and unshakable accuracy granted to him by the fates. However, because of the beast's speed, the spear merely struck the ground and quivered there. Yet Meleagros was too proud and resolute to give up. This time Meleagros lifted his second spear, javelin, with far greater precision, with a determination that defied the wrath of Artemis. The young prince's muscles tightened with the strength of his mighty father, or of the god Ares himself, and as the spear ripped through the air, all the noise in the valley fell silent for a moment. The spear struck the exact center of the monster's massive back, into the hollow of its spine, with a great crash, shaking the creature's mountain-like body. As the wounded beast's fury and pain reached their peak, Meleagros wasted no time and leapt upon the monster to deliver the final blow with the shining bronze sword he drew from its scabbard. The grandson of Parthenion stared directly into the boar's hellfire-like eyes and drove his sword deep into the creature's shoulder and flank to end this divine punishment sent by the great goddess Artemis. At that historic moment, agreed upon by sources such as Apollodorus and Ovid, the monster's dark purple blood burst forth like a fresh spring, and the enormous creature shuddered one last time with a howl of pain. The Calydonian beast died at the hands of Greece's noblest warrior, finally lifting the dark and bloody shadow that had settled over a vast plain. When the monster's immense mass collapsed onto the ground, the valley floor trembled from the force of the fall. As the lifeless body of the monster lay upon the damp earth, the terror that had ruled the valley moments before gave way to a frenzied joy of victory. Jason, Theseus, Peleus, and all the other heroes surrounded Meleagros, who had brought down the beast, and began competing with one another to clasp his hand and claim a share of the glorious triumph. Although the heroes still did not dare to approach the massive creature completely, they tried to prove that they were part of the great victory by dipping their own spears and swords into the boar's flowing warm blood. When the citizens of Calydon saw the monster fall from atop the distant walls, they began offering prayers of thanks to the gods, with the great relief that replaced months of deadly fear. The proud Meleagros placed one foot upon the monster's terrifying head with its two enormous ivory tusks, and rose above the crowd, declaring his authority as the undisputed victor of the hunt. Yet neither the city's salvation nor the praise of the heroes occupied the young prince's mind. His eyes searched only for Atalanta, who stood silently at the edge of the camp with her ivory quiver. Meleagros proclaimed, "O glorious daughter of Arcadia, pride of Nonacris, Atalanta, the true prize of this hunt belonged to you, for you broke the monster's arrogance by shedding the first blood, and he presented her with the boar's coarse hide and its famed head. This noble act was not merely a token of love, but also the greatest and most dangerous challenge ever made against the male-dominated world of heroism." As Atalanta accepted this magnificent reward with great joy and quiet pride, she felt the impenetrable ice within her heart melt for a brief moment in response to Meleagros's gesture. However, this scene of great happiness and victory began to darken under the hateful gazes of Plexippus and Toxius, the sons of Thestios and the uncles of Meleagros, who stood among the shadows. The uncles began to grumble quietly, describing a woman's receiving such a prize before Greece's noblest men as an indelible black stain smeared upon masculine honor. Striking their spears hard against the ground, Plexippus and Toxius claimed that if Meleagros would not take the true prize of the hunt, it belonged to their own bloodline and family rights, pushing the victory feast to the brink of civil war. The joy of the feast and the triumph gradually gave way to uncontrollable tension and the approaching footsteps of a bloody family tragedy. Although the monster sent by Artemis had died, the seed of discord that the goddess had planted among the heroes whose pride she had broken was now rapidly sprouting. As Meleagros stood against his own uncles for the sake of love and justice, the fate of the half-burned log that the fates had entrusted to his mother Althea prepared to ignite once more. The victory cries echoing across the plains of Calydon officially opened the first act of a dark ending, one in which the destinies of Meleagros and Atalanta were to be sealed forever, and of one of the bloodiest family tragedies in history. The peace brought by the monster's death gave way to the endless ambitions of heroes, and to the tragic end of a prince who sought to protect a woman's honor. As Meleagros handed the boar's hide to Atalanta, he was not yet aware that he had also cast his own life into the fire. While the silent shadow of Artemis fell more darkly over the valley, everything stood ready for the great reckoning and for the revelation of the hidden secret locked away in the chest. This hunt did not merely destroy a monster. it also brought about the end of an entire dynasty and of a hero. In the damp ancient valley of Calydon, shaded by centuries-old oaks, a suffocating and blood-soaked silence settled in as the colossal wild boar, the embodiment of Artemis's wrath, finally breathed its last. As Meleagros, the grandson of Parthenion and the proud leader of the hunt, fiercely pulled his bronze sword from the monster's mountain-like shoulder, he felt deep in his marrow the burning, untamable legacy of Ares, the god of war, that flowed through his veins. The massive body of the beast collapsed like a slab of rock onto the trampled reeds and crimson-stained marsh waters, while the most distinguished heroes of Greece gathered around this legendary devastation with a mixture of awe and dread. Gasping with the justified pride of having finally lifted the dark, ivory-tusked shadow that had fallen over the land, Meleagros searched with his eyes for Atalanta, the wind-skinned virgin huntress of Arcadia, whom he could not bear to lose sight of even for a moment. As the host of heroes slowly emerged from the shock of the deadly, dust-choked clash they had just endured, each one hurried to claim a lion's share of this divine victory for himself. Jason, Theseus, Peleus, and all the other champions dipped the tips of their spears and the hilts of their swords into the still warm purplish blood of the monster, trying to prove to history that they too had been part of this great triumph. Meleagros, however, watched these anxious, ambitious, and jealousy-scented movements of his host with a silent, unshakable authority. The son of Oeneus, that enigmatic hero whose life had been bound by the fates to the span of a single log of wood, held not even the faintest trace of doubt in his mind about who truly deserved the honor of this hunt. Proud Meleagros placed one foot firmly upon the beast's terrible head, armed with two enormous ivory tusks, and rose above the crowd like a living monument, fixing his sharp gaze on Atalanta, who stood silently beyond the camp like a statue with her ivory quiver and bow. The young prince broke the heavy silence of the valley once more. "O glorious daughter of Arcadia, proud jewel of Nonocris, Atalanta," he cried. "The true prize of this hunt, its most sacred spoil, belonged to you, for you were the first to draw blood and the first to shatter this monster's pride and invulnerability." As these words echoed across the slopes of the valley, they ignited deadly sparks that stirred the suppressed anger and ancient prejudices of the gathered host of heroes. With great care and surgical skill, Meleagros began to separate the beast's hide, covered in bristles as hard as spear points, from its body. As Ovid had noted, this hide carried the wrath of Artemis upon it, and stood as a sacred spoil that struck terror into all who touched it. Placing beside it the fearsome head adorned with ivory tusks, the young hero presented this magnificent reward to Atalanta with profound respect. Through this act, Meleagros did not merely bestow a prize, he also boldly proclaimed before all Hellas the deep and burning love for Atalanta that not even the gods could restrain. Atalanta, the virgin huntress, daughter of Iasos or Schoeneus, saw this priceless bloodied gift offered to her, and her noble marble-like reserve briefly gave way to a sincere, almost childlike joy. For her, this hide was not merely an animal skin. It stood as a tangible, sealed token of her famed achievement of drawing first blood, as a woman in the clamorous world of men, and of her unwavering devotion to the great goddess Artemis. Faced with Meleagros's noble gesture and the deep respect he showed her, She felt the unyielding Arcadian ice within her heart melt for a fleeting moment. As she took the hide into her arms, a great pride and a rare smile appeared upon her face. Yet this brief scene of triumph and happiness caused a great wave of unrest and a storm of jealousy among the other members of the heroic host. Mighty figures such as Jason, the renowned leader of Iolcos, and Theseus, the powerful protector of Athens, began to see it as an unbearable insult that a woman had been honored before them and had embraced the greatest prize in Hellas. The fragile bond of camaraderie that had held the heroes together for 9 days dissolved the moment the monster's blood soaked into the earth, giving way to an uncontrollable rivalry. The dark murmurs rising through the valley were the footsteps of the bloody family war and tragic end that was soon to follow. The ones who truly fanned the flames of jealousy were Plexippus and Toxeus, the sons of Thestius and the uncles of Meleagros. These proud and ambitious sons of Thestius saw it as an unforgivable betrayal that Meleagros, the son of their sister Althea, had cast aside his own blood relatives to exalt a foreign woman so highly. Plexippus stepped forward, struck his spear hard against the ground, and loudly claimed in a threatening tone that the true prize of the hunt, if Meleagros himself would not take it, belonged to them by ancient custom and birthright. Pointing at the hide and the head in Atalanta's hands, the uncles began to hurl heavy, degrading insults at her. Toxeus shouted, "Drop that prize, woman! Do not try to steal the honor of men by trusting in your beauty and in Meleagros's blind arrogance." The sons of Thestius labeled Meleagros a witless lover, determined to undermine his authority and turn the unrest among the heroes into a chasm. For them, this prize was not merely a spoil, but the final stronghold of an entire lineage and of male honor that had to be defended. Driven by greed, Plexippus and Toxeus lunged forward and tore the hide from Atalanta's hands by force, openly seizing Meleagros's right to give the gift. This sudden and humiliating act wounded Atalanta's honor and caused the divine Ares-born fury in Meleagros's veins to erupt. The grandson of Parthenion was too proud and too deeply in love to pass over his uncle's insolence and the grave injustice done to the woman he loved. He gripped his spear more tightly, and in his eyes there began to blaze a cold fire of vengeance that even the great goddess Artemis would have shuddered to see. At the same time, the other heroes in the hunting camp were divided. Some secretly supported the uncle's traditional claim, while figures like Jason and Theseus believed justice had to be upheld, yet feared that the situation would spiral into civil war. The plains of Calydon, which moments before had trembled with the snarls of the beast, now groaned with the heavy accusations hurled between heroes and the clatter of drawn swords. The share of honor ceased to be a mere reward and turned into a poisonous seed that would bring about the end of an entire host and a noble family. Issuing one final warning to his uncles, Meleagros declared, "You are thieves who seize what belongs to others. I will now teach you, with my own hands, the difference between brave deeds and cowardly threats," and drew his sword from its sheath like a flash of lightning. As the son of Oeneus faced Plexippus and Toxeus, his own blood, for the sake of love and justice, he remained unaware that he was also sealing the fate of the half-burned log of wood that the fates had entrusted to his mother, Althea. Rather than mourning the loss of the prize taken from her hands, Atalanta watched with admiration and deep anxiety the great danger Meleagros was willing to face for her. This proud daughter of Arcadia may have sensed from the beginning that the price of the honor she had won as a woman would be so heavy and so bloody. Now upon the damp floor of the Calydonian forests, the blood of kin that would be shed for the sake of a monster's hide prepared to write one of the most tragic pages in history. In the deep valley of Calydon, where damp, centuries-old oak trees covered the sky like gigantic hands, a heavy and bloody silence settled after the massive wild boar. The embodiment of Artemis's wrath drew its final breath. As Meleagros, the grandson of Parthenion and the proud leader of the hunt, pulled his sword from the beast's shoulder, he felt the burning legacy of the war god Ares coursing through his veins to the marrow of his bones. The mountain-like body of the monster collapsed into the crimson-stained marsh waters, and the most distinguished heroes of Greece gathered around the enormous mass in astonishment, while Meleagros gasped with the pride of having finally lifted the dark shadow that had fallen over the land. His eyes searched for Atalanta, the virgin huntress of Arcadia, whom he could not bear to let out of his sight even for a moment. The elite warriors who had come from every corner of Greece, each a legend in his own right, hurried to claim a share of this great victory by plunging their spears into the flowing purple blood of the beast. Meleagros, however, watched these restless and jealousy-filled movements of his company with silent authority. The son of Ancaeus, that enigmatic hero whose life had been bound to a log by the fates, held not the slightest doubt in his mind about who deserved the true honor of this hunt. The proud Meleagros pressed one foot firmly upon the terrible head of the monster, with its two massive ivory tusks, rose above the crowd, and once more broke the silence of the valley. Fixing his gaze on Atalanta, who stood quietly beyond the camp with her ivory quiver, Meleagros cried out, "O glorious daughter of Arcadia, Atalanta, pride of Nonacris, the true prize of this hunt belonged to you," he declared, "for you shed the first blood and shattered the beast's arrogance and invulnerability. You were the true architect of this victory," and he presented her with the boar's hide. With this act, Meleagros not only bestowed a reward, but also proclaimed before all Greece the deep love he felt for Atalanta, a love that even the gods could not restrain. The young hero carefully separated the hide, bristling with spear-hard quills, from the beast's body, and extended this magnificent trophy to her. Atalanta, the virgin huntress and daughter of Iasos, momentarily let her noble and distant composure give way to sincere joy when she saw the priceless gift offered to her. For her, this hide stood as a tangible mark of her famed first blood achievement in a man's world and of her devotion to mighty Artemis. Faced with Meleagros's noble gesture and the great honor he showed her, she felt the unyielding Arcadian ice in her heart melt, and she smiled with pride as she took the hide into her arms. Yet this moment of great happiness stood on the brink of becoming the victim of a sly hatred slipping out from the shadows. Meleagros's own uncles, Plexippus and Toxius, the proud sons of Thestios, viewed their nephew's excessive favor toward this foreign woman as an unforgivable betrayal. These two sons of Thestios regarded Meleagros's act of casting aside his blood relatives and exalting a virgin so highly as a black stain smeared upon their masculine honor. Slamming their spears hard against the ground, Plexippus and Toxius stepped forward and loudly claimed that if Meleagros himself would not take the prize, It belonged to them by right of birth. The uncles instantly transformed the atmosphere of victory in the camp into a poisonous tension. With a mocking smile, Plexippus advanced toward Atalanta and shouted, "Leave that prize, woman. Do not dare to steal the honor of men by trusting in your beauty and in Meleagros's blind arrogance." Toxius branded his nephew Meleagros a witless lover, seeking to undermine his authority and deepen the unrest among the heroes. Declaring that they would not allow a woman to seize the honor of such a great hunt, the uncles insulted Atalanta with harsh words before all the assembled warriors. As these insults echoed through the valley, they also destroyed the last remnants of Meleagros's patience. According to the accounts recorded by Diodorus Siculus, the uncles forcibly seized the hide and the terrible ivory-tusked head from Atalanta's arms and carried out a physical assault against her. Plexippus roughly yanked the trophy from her grasp, shaking her as he did so, while Toxius shouted that Meleagros had usurped the right to give the prize. This sudden and brutal intervention was not merely a dispute over property, but the gravest attack upon the honor of the wind-born maiden of Arcadia. As Atalanta recoiled in shock at the loss of her prize and the insult she had suffered, her eyes caught sight of the storm clouds gathering around Meleagros. When Meleagros witnessed his uncle's audacity and the great injustice inflicted upon the woman he loved, he could not restrain the divine fury surging through his veins. The grandson of Parthenion gripped his spear more tightly with the rage of being the son of mighty Ares, and in his eyes flared a fire of vengeance that even Artemis might have feared. Turning to his uncles, Meleagros roared, "You were robbers who seized what belonged to others. I will now teach you the difference between brave deeds and cowardly threats." His voice brought the valley, which had just trembled with the monster's dying growls, to the brink of a family tragedy. Meanwhile, the other heroes in the hunting camp stood divided. Names like Jason and Theseus believed justice needed to be upheld, yet they hesitated in the face of the uncle's claims of traditional rights. The plains of Calydon were on the verge of becoming a field of slaughter over a single hide and a matter of honor, for the uncles refused to acknowledge Meleagros's justice. Advancing toward Meleagros with the hide in hand, Plexippus and Toxius continued to taunt him, throwing his love for Atalanta in his face as a weakness. From the highest peak of the valley, the silent shadow of Artemis watched with cold curiosity as mortal arrogance moved toward its inevitable destruction. Meleagros's uncles carried their pride and ambition so far that they even disregarded the sacred life of their nephew, which was guarded by the fates. Toxius declared, "The orders of this witless prince who chased after a woman meant nothing to us," and he tore the hide completely away from Atalanta. Though Atalanta remained silent in the face of this grave insult, the fire in her gaze foretold that the uncle's end was near. For Meleagros, there was no turning back. Punishing these men of his own blood for the sake of his love and his honor had become an inescapable divine duty. As Meleagros prepared to draw his sword from its sheath, he remained unaware that he was also sealing the fate of the half-burned log that the fates had entrusted to his mother, Althea. The uncle's arrogance had already summoned the first drop of kin blood that would be spilled for the sake of a monster's hide. The clash of swords, soon to echo through the valley, would be louder and more devastating than the beast's final breath, for the true vengeance of Artemis was only just beginning. In conclusion, the ambush and insult inflicted upon Atalanta by Plexippus and Toxius triggered a storm of madness across the plains of Calydon. As Meleagros swore to cleanse his uncle's injustice and the humiliation of the woman he loved with his own sword, an entire host of heroes became silent witnesses to this bloody reckoning. Chapter 14 threw wide the doors to the great tragedy that would mark the end of a legendary hunt and bring about the destruction of a dynasty through the theft of honor's rightful share. Beneath the shadow of the ivory-tusked boar's head, the wheels of fate continued to turn rapidly toward the moment when Meleagros's sword would be driven into the heart of Plexippus. In the damp and shadowed valley of Calydon, the victory cries that rose as the massive wild boar, the embodiment of Artemis's wrath, breathed its final breath, suddenly gave way to a silence as sharp as a dagger. When Meleagros, grandson of Parthenion, laid the beast's blood-soaked hide and ivory-tusked head at Atalanta's feet, he was not merely granting a reward, he was also challenging the male-dominated heroic laws that had endured for centuries. Yet this noble gesture awakened jealousy that had lain in ambush behind the shadows. Meleagros's maternal uncles, Plexippus and Toxeus, surged forward, judging the elevation of a woman to such great honor as an insult to their own noble blood. As they roughly tore the spoils from Atalanta's hands, the scornful words they hurled turned the air of the valley into a powder keg. The legacy of Ares that flowed through Meleagros's veins instantly became a blazing fire in the face of his uncle's insolence. At that irreversible threshold, where words had run out and swords were about to speak, the young prince's eyes were clouded with the dust and blood of the battlefield. His silence was broken by the shrill, deadly cry of steel leaving its sheath. "You did not defend an honor you earned with your own hands," Meleagros said, his voice deep and threatening like rolling thunder. "You could pay the price of acting like thieves who seized the labor of others only with your own blood." After these words, his bronze sword traced a silver arc through the air and cut a deep path into Plexippus's heart amid his stunned gaze. Toxeus, who watched in horror as his brother's lifeless body fell to the ground, became the victim of his nephew's next strike before he even found the chance to draw his own sword. The hide that had been the spoils of the hunt was now dyed anew with noble blood spreading over two fresh corpses. The host of heroes in the valley was turned to stone by this sudden and savage execution. For the sake of love and justice, Meleagros had slaughtered his closest kin as if they were strangers, carving into his brow the great stain of fratricide that would pass into the history of Hellas. Atalanta turned her head away so as not to be crushed under the weight of this bloody price offered to her, and she withdrew silently into the depths of the forest, seeking refuge in the compassionate shadows of her goddess Artemis. Artemis, watching this scene from the mountain peaks, observed with cold satisfaction how the price of the altar that had not been sacrificed upon was paid with fresh kinship blood. Meanwhile, within the walls of the city of Calydon, Queen Althea's heart was celebrating with the news of her son's victory. Casting off her mourning garments and clothing herself in festive attire, the queen offered thank offerings at the temples, unaware of the great storm that would shake the city. But when she saw the stretchers on the shoulders of the heavy, silent procession entering through the gates, the cry she let out echoed against the city's stone walls. What arrived were not the spoils of a glorious hunt, but the cooled bodies of her two beloved brothers, Plexippus and Toxeus. When she saw the blood seeping from her brothers' wounds, the maternal tenderness within Althea gave way to the blind darkness of an ancient vengeance. The moment she learned that the killer was her own son, her world darkened, never to be illuminated again. Retreating to the most secluded and dusty room of the palace, Althea took from a chest the ominous secret she had kept at her fingertips. When Meleagros had been only a week-old infant, the ill-fated log that the fates had cast into the hearth had been preserved for years under the Queen's vigilant care. The branch she had pulled from the fire that day to save her son's life now turned into a death warrant for the sake of her brother's revenge. As Althea opened the heavy lid of the chest and looked upon the half-burned log before her, she saw on one side the child she had carried in her womb for 10 months, and on the other, the brothers with whom she had shared her childhood. "Should a mother's womb have caused her brother's grave?" Althea whispered, her tears shining in the fierce light of the fire. One moment her hand reached toward the chest and withdrew by maternal instinct. The next moment, she felt her brother's ghosts roaming the room and was filled with rage. At last, at that dark point where conscience and compassion fell silent, she called upon the mighty Erineus to witness this bloody rite. "I took the price of my own blood with my own blood," she whispered. And amid sobs she hurled the enchanted piece of wood she had hidden for years into the very heart of the hearth burning at the center of the palace. The instant the log embraced the flames, it was as if the palace walls echoed with the anguished moan of an unseen being. Although Althea hid her face in horror at what she had done, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. Deep in the forest, Meleagros, bearing not a single wound, fell into the grip of an inner fire. As each tongue of flame reduced the log to ash, the young hero's life also melted away little by little, his body being seared within an invisible hell. While that ancient secret in the chest turned to ash in a mother's hands, the greatest warrior of Calydon quietly prepared to bid farewell to life, standing at the very center of history's most tragic family catastrophe. The cries of victory that had echoed over the fertile lands of Calydon were abruptly cut off by the heavy, blood-soaked silence brought by the funeral procession slipping within the city walls. Queen Althea, the proud wife of King Oeneus, son of Parthenion, and the daughter of Thestius, had just offered thanksgiving sacrifices in the temples for her son's great success, and had removed her mourning garments to clothe herself in festive attire. However, the sight she encountered at the palace gate split the queen's heart like a sword blow, for those carried on shoulders were not the spoils of the hunt, but the lifeless bodies of her own blood, her brothers Plexippus and Toxeus. When Althea saw the warm blood flowing from her brother's wounds, still not yet dried, the cry she uttered echoed across the skies of Calydon, and the city's festive mood instantly turned into its darkest mourning. When the queen learned that the hand which had slain her brothers belonged to her own son Meleagros, whom she had carried in her womb for 10 months and protected from every danger, the maternal compassion in her heart slowly began to give way to a poisonous fire of revenge. As Althea tore apart with her own hands the magnificent celebratory garments she had just donned and raised a wild lament in the city square, the ancient prophecy she had guarded like a secret for years came vividly back to her mind. The proud daughter of Thestius entered a great battle in the deepest chambers of her soul, torn between being a sister who sought to demand an account for her brother's spilled blood and a mother who wished to protect her child. This inner conflict drew the queen to that heavy chest hidden in the most secret corner of the palace. Althea never forgot the decree given by the three Fates, the Moirai sisters, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, who had appeared at Meleagros's cradle when he was only 7 days old. The goddesses had declared that a piece of wood they had cast into the hearth determined the span of the child's life, and that when the wood turned to ash, Meleagros would breathe his last. That night, the queen had reached into the fire with her bare hands, saved the half-burned log, extinguished it, and kept it for years like a talisman. Now this sacred yet terrifying object stood in the hands of a woman seeking revenge for her brothers as the death warrant of a hero. As Queen Althea stood before the blazing fire she had prepared in the depths of the palace, she made 4 separate attempts to throw the piece of wood into the flames, yet each time her hand hung suspended in the air by the unshakable instinct of a mother. As Ovid stated, the queen's momentary rage stained her eyes red, but immediately afterward memories of Meleagros's infancy caused her to weep. Swaying back and forth between the ghosts of her brothers, whispering revenge and the life of her son, Althea was helplessly tossed like a ship caught in the center of a storm and battered by waves coming from opposite directions. Yet the spilled blood of the sons of Theseus finally tipped the scales of justice in the queen's mind toward revenge. Crying out, "O flames that will become the funeral pyre of my own flesh, be ready," Althea summoned the dread goddesses of vengeance, the Eumenides, Erinyes, to witness this terrible rite. Suppressing her pride and ambition, the queen surrendered her soul to darkness, declaring, "One crime must be cleansed by another crime. One death can only be justified by another death." Unable to forgive that her brothers of her own blood had been killed for hide and glory, she vowed to end this injustice, saying, "Shall happy Oeneus bask in the glory of his victorious son, while Theseus mourns his slaughtered children?" The bloody resolve flashing in Althea's eyes ignited the first spark that prepared the end of Calydon's greatest hero. For a single moment, the queen tore from her mind the pains of childbirth she had endured for 10 months, and the years she had hovered protectively over Meleagros, and with great fury she hurled the enchanted piece of wood into the very heart of the blazing fire. The instant the log touched the flames, a strange and chilling moan echoed through the silent chamber of the palace, as if it were the cry of a living being in agony. Although Althea turned her face away from the fire to flee the horror of this great sin of fratricide she had committed, she felt in the deepest part of her soul that as the wood burned, her son's life was slowly melting away. The wheels of fate had begun to turn in an irreversible manner, and the thread of Meleagros's life was surrendered to the fire by a mother's hands. At that same time, on the blood-stained plain where the hunt had taken place, Meleagros was celebrating his victory with the solemn, justice-bringing calm that came from having just slain his uncles. The young prince loomed among the other heroes, with his invincible body bearing not a single scratch, when he was suddenly shaken by a searing pain rising from the depths of his chest. Though no spear or sword blow had been directed at him, Meleagros felt his inner organs begin to be consumed by an invisible fire. When the grandson of Parthenion realized that the end sealed by the fates had now reached him, his flesh began to redden and burn from within like metal in a blacksmith's forge. The torment Meleagros endured resembled no physical pain he had ever known, for this fire did not scorch his skin, but directly vaporized his soul and the blood in his veins. As the young hero struggled with this unquenchable agony, he was also overcome by a secret sorrow. For this form of death he called bloodless and ignoble. He considered the fate of the proud Ancaeus, who had died by a spear among enemy ranks, happier than his own, and he muttered about the honor of blood spilled on the battlefield. Though Meleagros resisted this divine punishment that turned every cell of his being to ash with an unshakable will, his body slowly began to fail under the heat of the fire. Before drawing his final breath, the hero in agony began to cry out the names of his companions and family in pain-filled laments. He first sobbed the name of his aged father Oeneus, then that of his sisters who mourned for him, and finally that of his faithful wife Cleopatra, the daughter of Idas and Marpessa. Yet the last and most shattering name to fall from Meleagros's lips was that of his mother Althea, who had cast his life into the fire. The son of Oeneus sensed at that moment that the chest his mother had guarded had been opened, and that the enchanted log was about to turn to ash. And accepting this tragic convergence of his life, he released one final deep sigh into the air. As the enchanted piece of wood in the palace grew smaller, Meleagros's cries in the forest gave way to faint groans, and then to the silence of a cooling body. When the power of the flames diminished, the glowing fire within the hero also went out, and the life of Meleagros, once the mightiest warrior of Greece, vanished as it drifted upward like a cloud of smoke. Over the plains of Calydon, heavy winds of mourning now blew, heralding not only the end of a monster, but the end of an entire dynasty. Althea's revenge had been taken, yet what a mother had cast into the fire was not only a piece of wood, but the whole future and hope of Calydon. This episode became the most striking and bloodiest scene of how mortal ambitions and emotions were transformed into instruments of destruction within a divine design. As Meleagros died, burning from within without a single wound upon his body, Althea, trapped between sisterly love and the pain of a child's death, also prepared her own tragic end. Artemis's vengeance reached its final purpose, not with the death of a monster, but with a family destroying itself. Sealed by the last sparks of that burning log of fate, this moment stood as the most painful testimony to the great fall in which Calydon was plunged into eternal darkness. In the deep valley of Calydon, watered with blood and shaded by centuries-old trees, the fresh warmth of victory had suddenly given way to a deadly and invisible fire. Proud Meleager, grandson of Parthenion and slayer of the beast, stood beside the monster's hide with a solemn yet tragic stillness, born of having just killed his uncles. Yet the young prince felt the warrior spirit of the great god Ares, which flowed in his veins, suddenly begin to burn away. Although no sword or spear had been turned against him, he was shaken by a searing pain rising from the depths of his inner organs. Meleager understood that the unavoidable end woven for him by the fates, the Moirai, when he was only 7 days old, had now come to his door. For his flesh had begun to glow as if it were metal in a blacksmith's forge. This torment suffered by Meleager resembled no physical wound that the strongest warrior of Greece had ever witnessed, for this fire did not consume his flesh, but instead vaporized his very soul as a divine punishment. As conveyed in the ancient verses of Ovid, while the young hero struggled against this unextinguished pain, he was also overcome by deep sorrow over the manner of his own death. He considered the fate of proud Ancaeus, who had perished beneath the beast's tusks on the battlefield, to be happier and more honorable than his own, because Ancaeus had departed with a bloody and glorious death. Meleager, however, groaned under this state of inner burning that he described as bloodless and ignoble, feeling deprived of the blood that a hero ought to shed. As his body slowly failed, the suffering hero cast a final look at the company of Greece's avengers around him, his ancient companions such as Jason, Theseus, and Peleus. As the burning of this fire, which produced no smoke in the air yet turned every cell of him to ash, grew stronger, Meleager began to murmur the names of his loved ones one by one with his final breath. The first name to fall from the young prince's lips was that of his aged and sorrowful father, King Oeneus of Calydon, for he now knew that he had paid with his own life for the incomplete sacrifice his father had offered to Artemis. Remembering his childhood spent in the shade of the vine shoots that his father had once received from Dionysus, Meleager broke into sobs as he wondered how the old ruler would endure this pain. Then Meleager painfully whispered the names of his sisters, Gorge and Deianira, who would later become the wife of Heracles, sisters who always mourned for him and loved him like stars. The hero was shaken as if he heard their rising cries from the depths of the valley, and he sensed how their innocence would be darkened by this destruction within the family. This glorious son of Parthenion now paid for the blood of his kin that he had spilled with his own hand, the warm blood of his uncles Plexippus and Toxeus, with the fire running through his veins. This final longing for his sisters further fanned the blaze within him and tightened the unavoidable knot of fate a little more. Soon after, as Meleager's voice weakened, the name of his loyal wife Cleopatra, the daughter of Idas and Marpessa, echoed through the damp air of the valley. The young hero felt deep regret that he was dying in the mud of this foreign and savage valley, instead of in the arms of Cleopatra, who had been waiting for him at home in triumph. Cleopatra's love had once been Meleager's greatest refuge, yet that refuge now stood on the verge of vanishing into the ashes of a burning log. Each time he spoke his wife's name, Meleager felt the fire in his heart cool for a brief moment, only to return immediately with greater fury. However, the last most shattering and most terrifying name to fall from Meleager's lips was that of his mother Althea, who had kept his life for years in a chest and had finally cast it into the fire. The son of Oeneus sensed with absolute certainty in the deepest recesses of his soul that the ancient chest his mother had guarded had been opened, and that the enchanted piece of wood had been thrown into the heart of a blazing fire. Realizing that Althea had sacrificed her own child for the sake of her love for her brothers, Meleager accepted this tragic betrayal as a mother's grief and released one final deep, pain-filled sigh into the air. This last cry echoed across the skies of Calydon like the scream of an eagle, and sealed the darkness that fell upon the city. Meanwhile, in the palace of Calydon, the enchanted piece of wood, billet in the fierce fire prepared by Queen Althea, had now completely shrunk and turned into embers. As the wood burned, Meleager's pain deep in the forest slowly began to lessen as the heat of the fire diminished. The prophecy of the fates, the Moirai, was nearing completion, for the final sparks left on the wood represented the last signs of life in the hero's body. As Althea watched the piece of wood she had thrown into the fire with her own hands turn to ash, she realized in horror that she had in fact destroyed the entire future of Calydon and its brightest hero as well. At last, at the very moment when the famous piece of wood in the palace had completely burned away and turned into a handful of grey ash, Meleager's groans in the forest gave way to an endless silence. The once invincible hero, who had split the wind with his spear and bore not a single scar upon his body, now collapsed as a lifeless form in the arms of his companions. According to Ovid, Meleager's life drifted upward like a cloud of smoke, rising toward the sky and quietly flowing into the cold realm of the gods. Greece's noblest warrior had melted away in this bloody hunt that began for the sake of a boar's hide, caught between the ambitions of his own family and a mother's revenge. With the hero's death, the air of victory that had just filled the valley was replaced by the eternal mourning of an entire kingdom. Great warriors such as Jason, Theseus, Peleus, and Telamon lowered their spears and bowed their heads in grief before Meleager's inexplicable and tragic end. While they had believed they defeated the monster of Artemis, they now understood with bitter clarity that the true revenge of the great goddess had been to end Meleager's life with a mere piece of wood. The green valley of Calydon had now become not only the grave of the monster, but also the burial ground of one of Greece's noblest lineages. When his son's lifeless body was brought into the city, King Oeneus stood on the brink of madness at the sight of this glorious heir fading away so quietly. The aged ruler, son of Parthenion, threw himself upon the ground and covered his white hair with the ashes of the fire that had taken his son's life, with ashy dust as he lamented his old age and misfortune. For Oeneus, the world had become a lightless dungeon, for relentless Artemis had punished his pride not only by destroying his fields, but also by taking from him the greatest pride of his lineage. The streets of Calydon echoed with the combined cries of commoners and nobles, as young and old alike mourned this great loss. Meleager's death marked not only the end of a man, but also the closing of an age of heroism. Even before his body was placed upon a great funeral pyre, it seemed as though it had already been purified and cleansed of its soul by a divine power. Atalanta, the Virgin of Arcadia, watched this sorrowful scene from afar and felt deep within her heart how heavy the price of the hide and the famous first blood Meleager had given her truly was. For Atalanta, this hunt had been both her greatest victory and the eternal loss of the only hero who had loved her. As Meleager rose into the presence of the gods, while murmuring the names of his mother, father, and wife, all that remained behind were the ashes of an extinguished fire and the ruin of a family. The thread held by the fates had now been cut, and the glory of Calydon had been buried in eternal darkness. As the silent shadow of Artemis withdrew from the valley, the price of a forgotten altar had been paid in excess, with every drop of kin blood and every piece of burning wood. With Meleager's final breath, the Calydonian Boar hunt was officially sealed as a tragedy. The hero's life turned to ash stood as the clearest proof of how great the disasters caused by mortal neglect toward the gods could be. Althea's revenge had burned a mother's love to cinders, and Oeneus's pride had torn down the pillar of his kingdom. With the last sparks of that burning piece of wood, the wheels of fate had turned swiftly toward the sorrowful end, in which Calydon's mourning sisters would take flight into the sky, and history would forever close this blood-soaked page. The setting sun over the fertile plains of Calydon left behind not only a crimson sky, but also the ashes of one of the bloodiest family tragedies history had ever witnessed. These lands, once proudly ruled by King Oeneus, the son of Parthenion, no longer echoed with songs of victory or harvest festivals. The silence that settled over the city was the final and most bitter fruit of the wrath of the great goddess Artemis. The wind that drifted down from the deep valley where the heroes had slain the monster carried into the city not only the cold breath of death, but also the scent of the final breath exhaled in burning agony by Meleager, the noblest warrior of Greece. When the people of Calydon, gathered before the city walls, saw the silent and mournful funeral procession that replaced the glorious army they had awaited with such great hope, they felt the full magnitude of the disaster that had befallen them deep in their bones. King Oeneus, who had once watched the abundance of his fields from his palace balcony with proud joy, had now been overtaken by a state of madness in which that joy was replaced by endless darkness. The son of Parthenion now knew that the price of the imperfect sacrifice he had offered to the great goddess Artemis had been paid not only with the destruction of his lands, but also with the body of his beloved heir reduced to ashes. When the procession of heroes carrying his son's lifeless body entered the palace gates, the aged ruler cast aside all royal dignity and composure and threw himself into the dusty earth. As Ovid stated, Oeneus covered his white hair and grief-stricken face with the ashy dust of the tragic fire that had ended his son's life, and began to raise wild laments for his own old age and misfortune. The narrow streets of Calydon soon turned into a vast field of mourning, shaken by the united cries of both nobles and common people. The women of the city, in accordance with traditional mourning customs, tore at their hair and struck their breasts as they raised wails for the great hero Meleager. This grief was not only for the death of a prince, but also for the destruction of an entire dynasty and the future of Calydon. For Meleager had been his father Oeneus's only true hope and the city's unshakable shield. As recorded by Apollodorus, the cries echoing from every corner of the city proclaimed to all of Greece how complete and how devastating the revenge of Artemis had been. Meanwhile, in a silent and dark chamber deep within the palace of Calydon, Queen Althea, under the protection of the great goddess Artemis, was being crushed by the weight of the crime of child murder she had committed. Althea, the daughter of Thestius, had thrown her own child into the fire to avenge her brothers Plexippus and Toxius. But when the flames died out, the hatred in her heart had been replaced by an indescribable remorse and emptiness. As the queen gazed at the ashes of the enchanted log she had hurled into the blazing flames with her own hands, she realized in horror that she had also burned her own soul away in the hearth. For Althea, neither the sanctity of motherhood nor the honor of sisterhood remained. She had become both the victim and the executioner of a catastrophe that destroyed her own bloodline. In Althea's mind, the pain-filled voice of Meleager calling her name with his final breath continued to echo, dragging the queen toward a bottomless darkness. Ovid described in the most tragic terms how Althea was unable to cope with this unbearable guilt and had come to the brink of madness. The queen could no longer look upon her husband Aeneas, nor meet the eyes of her subjects. For her, the only escape was to pay for this great sin with her own life. After enduring and losing the heaviest trial a mother could face, Althea took a sharp iron sword in her hand, and with great resolve drove it into her own heart to silence the unending ache within her. When the lifeless body of the daughter of Theseus collapsed beside the ashes that had ended her son's life at the palace hearth, the wave of mourning in Calydon intensified even further. Althea ended this tragic journey, which had begun between love for her brothers and the pain of losing her child, by shedding her own blood and sealing the dark fate that had fallen upon her family. The queen's suicide became the second great blow to strike the palace after the loss of Meleager, the son of the great god Ares, and left the house of Oeneus completely without support. The people of the palace stood frozen, unable to comprehend how to mourn both the hero turned to ashes and the queen who had taken her own life. Yet the tragedy in the palace of Calydon did not end there. Meleager's loyal and dignified wife Cleopatra, the daughter of Idas and Marpessa, was also crushed beneath this great loss. The moment Cleopatra saw her husband's lifeless body in that silent procession returning from the hunt, she understood that her world had collapsed and that the meaning of her life had vanished with that burning piece of wood. As Apollodorus noted, Cleopatra knew that living after her husband would bring her only endless torment, and she sensed that the palace of Calydon had become nothing more than a cold prison for her in Meleager's absence. With great dignity but profound sorrow, the young woman ended her life by hanging herself so that she might reunite with her husband's soul. The tragic end of Meleager and Cleopatra was recorded on the blood-stained pages of Calydon as one of the saddest love stories in Greek mythology. Cleopatra, who had once persuaded her husband to go to war through her love for him and had thus played a role in the city's salvation, now passed away silently amid the smoke of mourning that filled that same city. These two women who followed Meleager, the grandson of Parthenion, became the final victims of that great hunt in which the great goddess Artemis had broken human pride. The chambers of the palace of Calydon were now filled only with the scent of funeral laments and extinguished hearths, as the splendor of the dynasty gave way to eternal darkness. King Oeneus, burdened by the indescribable pain of losing both his wife and his son, began to wander through his palace like a ghost. The aged ruler showed everyone, through the dust and ashes that covered his body, that nothing remained of the powerful man who had once been a friend of the gods and an ally of Dionysus. The chain of disasters that had begun with Oeneus's arrogance had now loosened every stone of his kingdom and left his people unprotected. The son of Parthenion now fully realized that he had more than repaid his debt to the daughter of the goddess Leto by paying for his own mistakes with the blood of those he loved most. The sisters of Meleager, the innocent young women of the house of Parthenion, suffered such immense agony before the ashes of their brother's body that their cries pierced even the hearts of the gods on lofty Olympus. As Ovid stated, these women struck their breasts without shame, pressed Meleager's ashes to their chests, and washed his marble tombstone with their tears. Their endless mourning would eventually move even the great goddess Artemis, the daughter of Latona, to mercy, though that mercy would still result in a tragic transformation. This purest form of sibling love remained as an eternal mark upon the blood-soaked plains of Calydon. As the days of mourning passed, the people of Calydon began to recount this great sorrow born from the ashes of the hero Meleager as if it were a legend. Everyone spoke with grim reflection of how forgetting the altar of the great goddess Artemis just once had destroyed an entire kingdom piece by piece and turned a mother's heart into a furnace of vengeance. The plains of Calydon, which had recently been trampled beneath the hooves of the wild boar, were now watered by the tears of a people shaken by the pain of losing their children. Thus the magnificent palace of King Oeneus, the son of Parthenion, was transformed into a silent shrine and the center of an unforgettable suffering. Althea's sword, Cleopatra's noose, and Meleager's ashes stood as bloody proof of how physical and how spiritual the wrath of Artemis could be. Calydon was no longer merely a geographic region, but a land of warning where human arrogance and divine justice had collided, leaving only destruction behind. Although the wheels of fate had ceased to turn with the final sparks of that burning log, the unextinguished pain endured by Calydon continued to burn forever within legend. This great mourning, which began with the death of Meleager and continued with the destruction of his family, proved to all how even the smallest negligence by mortals toward the gods could lead to profound catastrophes. The grief of King Oeneus, the remorse of Althea, and the loyalty of Cleopatra showed that the Calydonian Boar hunt had not been merely a physical struggle, but also an epic of spiritual devastation. As the gods in the heavens exacted the price of the forgotten altar with every drop of kindred blood, the final laments echoing over the plains of Calydon prepared to close this blood-stained page of history forever, engraving the sorrow of a hero and of an entire kingdom destroyed alongside him into memory in its most painful form. The plains of Calydon, which once had waved with abundance, had become, after the body of the great hero Meleagros, grandson of Parthenion, had turned to ash, nothing more than a land of smouldering funeral pyres and unceasing cries of grief. The proud palace of King Oeneus had borne witness to the final link in the vast chain of destruction that had begun with a momentary neglect of the altar of the great goddess Artemis, and to the silent extinction of a royal line. Meleagros, whose invincible body bore no wound, had drawn his final breath when the enchanted log that his mother Althea had cast into the raging flames had turned to ash. He had left behind only a cold hearth and a family reduced to ruin. As the people of Calydon had been shaken by the horror that the hero who had slain the monster had died in such an dishonorable and bloodless way, burning from within, the streets of the city had turned into corridors of mourning. When the body of Meleagros had been carried into the city square upon the grieving shoulders of Greece's noblest heroes, Jason, Theseus, and Peleus, the sky had darkened as if it were weeping for the departure of a great hero. Yet the most searing form of this mourning had not been lived in the city's temples or squares, but deep within the palace itself, in the hearts of Meleagros's sisters. These innocent daughters of the house of Parthenion had suffered such immense anguish after the death of the great Meleagros that their state had reached a degree capable of deeply wounding even the inhabitants of lofty Olympus. The sisters had found no comfort either in the suicide of their mother Althea, who had taken her own life, or in the sorrowful end of Cleopatra, who had followed her husband into death. As Ovid had conveyed in his ancient verses, these young women had begun to mourn by beating their breasts, showing no sign of shame and casting aside their royal dignity. Before the body of Meleagros had been fully consumed upon the great funeral pyre, his sisters had embraced his cooling form again and again, and they had pressed countless kisses upon his lifeless lips and shoulders. As their uncontrollable grief had echoed against the stone walls of the palace of Calydon, it had seemed as though all the stones of the city had shared in this pain, this purest and most tragic form of sibling love, had been the final and bitter fruit of a dynasty that had withered under the wrath of the great goddess Artemis, daughter of Leto. Even when the body of Meleagros had met the fire and turned into a handful of ashes, the sisters had not left the grave for a single moment. Ovid had described with the most sorrowful expressions how they had clutched those ashes to their chests and broken into sobs, and how they had washed the name of their brother, carved into the marble gravestone, with their tears. For these women, who had collapsed upon the cold marble of the tomb and murmured the name Meleagros, the world had lost all meaning, and the light of the sun had turned into dark beams of sorrow. Their unending mourning had finally soothed the pride of the great goddess Artemis, yet even this appeasement had brought forth a new divine intervention. Meanwhile, not all the sisters in the house of Parthenion had shared the same fate. For the Fates, the Moirai had drawn a different path for some. Among the sisters of Meleagros, Gorge and Deianira, who would later become the wife of the great Heracles, had been spared this divine transformation. As the accounts of Apollodorus and Ovid had agreed, by the will of great Jove, or by a momentary mercy of Artemis, these two sisters had been allowed to remain in human form. For Melanippe, Eurymatis, and the other unnamed sisters, however, the weight of mourning had grown so great that Artemis had spread her mighty wings over Calydon in order to bring an end to their suffering. The great goddess Artemis, daughter of Leto, had watched with cold curiosity from the heights of Olympus the final collapse of this kingdom to which she had once sent the monster in order to break its pride. Yet the cries of these women, who had been wasting away at their brother's grave, had created an ache even in the goddess's unshakable heart, declaring, "Enough! This suffering will bring no good to mortals or immortals alike." Artemis had decided to change the bodies of the mourning women forever. The goddess had descended from the heavens, had scattered an invisible radiance over the sorrowful women, and had begun one of the most tragic metamorphoses in history. Suddenly, a strange stirring had begun in the arms of the women who had been kneeling at their brother's grave. Their delicate skin had slowly hardened and had begun to be covered with dark feathers. In Ovid's description, Artemis had turned the arms of these mourning sisters into long, widespread wings and had transformed their sorrowful mouths into hard beaks. As the voices that had been murmuring the name of Meleagros had turned into bird cries, the whiteness of their skin had been adorned with small white spots resembling falling tears. These spots had been the eternal marks of tears upon the birds that would be known as the Meleagrides, the guinea fowl. When the transformation had been completed, in the place of the princesses who had been weeping moments before, a flock of birds of tears, ready to beat their wings toward the sky, had stood in the palace garden. Artemis had torn them away from the sorrowful atmosphere of Calydon, had hurled them into the lucent air, and had left them to the freedom of endless flight. The Meleagrides had circled the grave of their brother Meleagros one last time with a mournful cry, and then they had glided toward the horizon and disappeared from sight. These birds had become living monuments in the sky to the negligence mortals had shown toward the gods and to the destruction of a family. When King Oeneus had seen his daughters rise into the sky like birds from the balcony of his palace, he had once again understood that the deep emptiness in his heart would never be filled. The son of Parthenion had paid the price for the incomplete harvest offerings he had presented to Artemis in the most painful way, with the life of his son, the suicide of his wife, and now the transformation of his daughters into divine creatures. For the aged king, Calydon had no longer been a homeland, but had resembled a vast tomb in which the memory of a tragedy was hidden in every corner. Oeneus had felt to the depths of his being that the true cause of all these calamities had been a momentary forgetfulness that had disregarded the honor of the gods. The people of the city, for their part, had interpreted this miraculous transformation as a divine sign, and they had begun to recount from tongue to tongue the sacred nature of the mourning of Meleagros's sisters. The plains of Calydon had come to be remembered not only for the terror of the monster, but also for the plaintive voices of the birds of tears. Whenever people had seen these spotted birds beating their wings in the sky, they had remembered with reverence the great hero, Meleagros, and the loyal sisters who had given their lives for him. These birds had not been merely an animal species, but winged proof that loyalty and sibling love had been stronger than death itself. Gorge and Deianira, meanwhile, had continued to remain in human form and to serve as living witnesses to this great destruction. Deianira would later marry the great Heracles and would continue to write her own tragic fate along the banks of the river Achelous. Yet in one corner of her mind, the cry of the birds of tears would always have echoed. Gorge, staying beside her father Oeneus, would try to keep this fallen dynasty standing, but the shadow of the wrath of Artemis would never have fully lifted from Calydon. Once a center of festivals and abundance, Calydon had become nothing more than a silent reminder of sorrowful legends and divine vengeance. This great grief, born from the ashes of Meleagros, had taken wing into the sky through divine intervention and had sealed forever the price of human arrogance. The revenge of Artemis had reached its ultimate aim, not with the death of a monster, but with the annihilation of every member of a family, either beneath the earth or upon wings. The wheels of fate had bound this bloody story, which had begun with the final sparks of that burning log, to a sorrowful end through the gliding of white-spotted birds resembling tears across the sky. The skies of Calydon, darkened by the pride of King Oeneus, had continued to echo with the unending cries of the Meleagrides. At every dawn, the sound raised by these birds had reminded all of the forgotten altar of the great goddess Artemis, and of the fragile life of a hero bound to a piece of wood. Calydon had no longer been merely a place name, but an eternal epic ground where the highest heroism and the deepest ambitions of the human soul had collided, leaving behind only ashes and the sound of wings. Thus the glory of the great hero Meleagros and the unextinguished pain of his sisters had been inscribed upon the golden yet sorrowful pages of history by the wings of the birds of tears. The city of Calydon had witnessed the final and bloodiest scene of the vast chain of disasters that had begun with a momentary neglect of the altar of the great goddess Artemis as it stood before the ashes of Meleagros, the grandson of Parthenion. The city walls had fallen into silence under the weight of a life that had been extinguished together with the last sparks of the enchanted log that his mother Althea had thrown into the raging flames. The virgin huntress of Arcadia, the proud Atalanta, who had been the earthly reflection of the great goddess, had watched in sorrow as the mourning procession carrying the lifeless body of her close companion and lover Meleagros passed by. As the pitiful cries of the sisters in the house of Parthenion, the Meleagrides, had risen to the sky, and their bodies had been transformed by the intervention of Artemis into guinea fowl, eternal birds of tears. Atalanta had felt that divine wrath lingering over the cursed city deep in her bones. Atalanta, the proud daughter of Schoeneus or of Iesus, had held in her hands the hide bristling with spikes as hard as a monster's spearhead and the famous head with ivory tusks, and she had looked one last time at this final and most tragic share of honor that Meleagros had left to her. The price of the kin blood that the grandson of Parthenion had spilled for her, and of the destruction of an entire dynasty, had pierced her heart with a pain as sharp as the arrows in the young huntress's ivory quiver. After she had personally witnessed how pride, justice, and love in the world of men had turned into heaps of ashes, Atalanta had decided to leave behind the smoldering funeral pyres of Calydon. The young woman had withdrawn her wind-swift feet from the blood-soaked lands of Calydon and had begun a silent yet resolute journey toward the steep and secure mountains of Arcadia, where her own legend had begun. When Atalanta had returned to the shadowed slopes of Mount Lycaeus, covered with the mighty oak trees of Arcadia, she had sought once more the tenderness of the she-bear that had once nursed her and the wild stillness of Parthenion hill. As this proud daughter of Arcadia had quenched her thirst at the cold spring at the mouth of a cave, she had been unable to escape the vision of Meleagros while standing in the cool water that had famously gushed forth when she had struck the rock with her spear. For Atalanta, the mountains had no longer been merely a hunting ground, but a sacred refuge where the unshakable vow of virginity she had offered to the great goddess Artemis, the daughter of Latona, had been renewed. Yet the first blood she had shed on the plains of Calydon and the enormous hide of the monster had already carried her fame to the farthest corners of Greece. This glorious return of Atalanta had reached the ears of her father, King Schoeneus or Iesus, who had once abandoned her to death because he had not wanted a daughter, and the great king had finally decided to acknowledge and embrace this heroic child. When this belated meeting of father and daughter had taken place within the stone walls of the Arcadian palace, the king had held only one desire: to find a son-in-law who would continue his lineage. However, Atalanta had never forgotten the dreadful warning given to her by the Oracle of Delphi. The words, "Marriage will bring you only harm. While you live, you will lose yourself." To escape her father's pressure to marry, the daughter of Schoeneus, inspired by divine guidance from the great goddess Artemis, had put forward the most ruthless and unyielding conditions that a mortal mind could devise. Turning to her father and to the thousands of suitors gathered before the palace, Atalanta had declared that every man who wished to marry her would first have to race against her speed. The rule of this foot race had been simple, but the cost had been severe. The contestant would flee unarmed while Atalanta would pursue him with her spear. If she caught him, she would kill him on the spot. But if she failed to catch him, she would grant him her hand and her bed. With her unmatched skill, running as if wings had been fastened to her feet, the wind-born daughter of Arcadia had one by one pinned many proud warriors to the forest floor with her spear, and had hung their bodies, torn by sharp weapons, around the stadium. This blood-soaked racing ground, like the plains of Calydon, had become a grim field of warning where the wrath of the gods and the audacity of mortals had been displayed. Yet the wheels of fate had begun to turn once more with the arrival on the plains of Arcadia of a stranger, the brave Hippomenes, son of Megarius, or in some accounts, Melanion. Although Hippomenes had initially found this dangerous contest foolish and had criticized it, the moment he had seen Atalanta remove her garments for the race and reveal her flawless, muscular body shining like a star, he had lost the peace of his heart forever. As Ovid had stated, the young man had cried, "O brave men, forgive me, I now understood the value of the prize for which you gave your lives," and he had begun to burn with the unstoppable fire of love that the goddess Aphrodite, Venus, had planted in his heart. In that bitter instant, Hippomenes had realized that he would not be able to flee from Atalanta's manly yet youthful beauty, rather than from her spear. Atalanta, for her part, when she had looked upon the young and innocent face of Hippomenes on the dusty ground of the stadium, had briefly felt again the memory of Meleagros, whom she had left in the deep valley of Calydon. For the first time, the daughter of Schoeneus had felt a secret sorrow for the fate of this unfortunate youth, and had whispered inwardly, "If only he were as fast as I am, so that I could spare his life." Because she had not known the power of love, Atalanta had been unable to grasp what this strange feeling had been, yet before the unshakable courage of Hippomenes, she had sensed that the scales of justice had wavered for a moment. Still, when the trumpets of the race had sounded, and dust and smoke had risen into the air, it had once again become clear that neither sorrow nor love would be enough to slow the legendary speed that this virgin huntress had received from Artemis. Knowing that he could not defeat Atalanta by speed alone, Hippomenes had offered his most heartfelt prayers to the great goddess of love, Aphrodite, Venus, pleading, "O Queen of Love, help me in this bold endeavor that you have begun." The goddess, moved by the young man's sincerity, had personally brought 3 shining golden apples from the legendary fields of Tamasus in Cyprus, from the famous tree whose branches crackled like gold. Aphrodite had glided to his side in a way visible only to Hippomenes, and had whispered to him how to use this golden inheritance to change the fate of the race. These apples, gleaming in Hippomenes' palm, had been the clearest and most brilliant proof of how the great gods treated the wills of mortals like playthings. When the race had begun, Hippomenes, though he had run with all his muscular strength, had been left gasping before the wind-like strides of Atalanta, and had begun to feel the shadow of the spear on his neck. At that moment, Hippomenes, the descendant of Neptune, Poseidon, had thrown the first golden apple into the air, and the apple had rolled across the sand, shining like a star. Captivated by this divine radiance, Atalanta had hesitated for a brief moment, changed her course, and bent down to gather the apple into her arms. This second-long delay had granted Hippomenes an invaluable advantage, yet the wind-born daughter of Arcadia had made up for the lost time in an instant, and had shot past Hippomenes like an arrow. As Hippomenes had neared the finish line, he had thrown the second apple, and once again Atalanta had yielded to her divine curiosity and slowed down to collect the gold from the sand. Although the young huntress had sensed that what she held were tricks of the great goddess Aphrodite, the enchanting weight and beauty of the apples had been enough to shake her unyielding resolve. In the final meters, as her spear had been about to touch Hippomenes' back, Hippomenes had thrown the last apple as far as he could, toward the farthest corner of the field, offering one final prayer to the goddess. Aphrodite had added an invisible weight to the apple, making it harder for Atalanta to retrieve, and thus Hippomenes had succeeded in becoming the first mortal man to reach the finish line. As Atalanta had experienced for the first time the indescribable shock and humiliation of being defeated by a man, she had also realized with horror how fate had dragged her from the bed of Meleagros into the arms of Hippomenes. The daughter of Schoeneus had been forced to marry Hippomenes, who had donned the crown of victory. Yet this union, sealed by what she deemed a mistake, had soon been shaken once more by the gods' endless anger toward ingratitude. While Hippomenes had been carried away by the honor of his victory and his new bride, he had neither offered thanks nor burned incense to the great goddess Aphrodite, Venus, who had granted him the golden apples. The goddess of love had cried out from the peaks of Olympus that she would never leave such disrespect unanswered, declaring, "I will not be slighted, and my vengeance will not go unfulfilled." The goddess's revenge had taken form when the paths of this unfortunate couple had led them to a dark and ancient cave at the foot of Mount Parnassus, dedicated to the great goddess Rhea, or Cybele. Aphrodite had released an unshakable and uncontrollable fire of passion into Hippomenes' heart, driving him to unite with Atalanta in the center of the sacred shrine. The lovers who had defiled this holy place had faced the freezing wrath of great Cybele within a single instant. As Ovid had described with his most terrifying details, Hippomenes' neck had suddenly been covered with a lion's mane, and Atalanta's fingers had turned into sharp claws. Human voices had given way to growls, and the wind-born daughter of Arcadia and her victorious husband had been imprisoned forever in the forms of wild lions, condemned to pull the chariot of Cybele. In this epic journey stretching from the blood-soaked plains of Calydon to the lion-filled forests of Arcadia, the story had shown everyone, in the most painful way, how fleeting and fragile the veil of heroism truly was. The glory of Meleagros, burned upon a log, the speed of Atalanta shaken by golden apples, and the claws brought by Hippomenes' ingratitude had stood as eternal monuments to how every act of mortal neglect toward the gods could destroy an entire kingdom and a dynasty piece by piece. The single forgotten altar of King Olympus, the son of Parthenion, had ultimately consumed the life of his son, the spirit of his wife, the humanity of his daughters, and the freedom of their ally, Atalanta. The unending cries of the Meleagrides, echoing over the skies of Calydon, had no longer proclaimed only the mourning of a single family, but had announced the eternal symphony of great sorrow and divine justice that had descended upon all of Greece. Those speckled birds of tears gliding across the sky at every dawn had been etched into history as winged proof of how physical and how spiritual the wrath of the great goddess Artemis could be. Calydon had no longer been merely a place name, but an eternal epic field, where the highest heroism and the deepest ambitions of the human soul had collided, leaving behind only ashes, the sounds of wings, and the roars of lions. This epic closing of the tale had once again whispered to every mortal who had dismissed the honor of the gods through a moment of forgetfulness that fate had lain hidden in the final sparks of a burning log. Thus the fates of Meleagros and Atalanta had merged in the blood spilled for the hide of a wild boar, had been seared in the fire of a mother's revenge, and had then been transformed into eternal legends by the breaking of the gods' pride. The city of Calydon had repaid its debt to Artemis many times over with the lives of its most beloved, and the fertility of a great plain had been replaced by endless mourning. When the Fates, the Moirai, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos had scattered the last ashes of that famous log into the wind from the fire in the room that night. They had sealed not only the end of a hero, but also the closing of an age. The final cries that echoed over the blood-soaked lands of Calydon had fallen into a heavy, breathless silence, along with the body of the great hero Meleager, grandson of Parthenion, which had turned to ash. The proud palace of King Oeneus had borne witness to the final link in the vast chain of destruction that had begun with a single moment of neglect toward the altar of the great goddess Artemis and to the quiet extinction of an entire dynasty. Meleager had drawn his last breath when the enchanted piece of wood that his mother Althea had hurled into the raging flames had burned to ash, and though his invincible body bore no wound, he had left behind only a cold hearth and a family reduced to ruin. As the people of Calydon had been shaken by the horror of seeing the hero who had slain the monster die in such an dishonorable and bloodless way, burning from within, the streets of the city had turned into endless corridors of mourning. After this great tragedy, the palace of Calydon had become a place not for the living, but for regrets and ghosts. Queen Althea, crushed beneath the weight of the terrible act of kinslaying she had committed while torn between love for her brothers and grief for her child, had been unable to endure any longer and had taken her own life with the sharp bronze sword she held in her hand. When her lifeless body had collapsed beside the extinguished ashes that had ended her son's life, the darkness that fell upon the house of Theseus had been sealed. Meleager's loyal wife Cleopatra had also been overwhelmed by this great loss and had departed from this world by hanging herself in order to reunite with her husband's soul. King Oeneus, once a powerful ruler allied with the gods and a friend of Dionysus, had now stood alone on the balcony of his palace, watching the pillars of his kingdom collapse one by one. The aged king had felt deep in his bones that the true cause of the disasters that had befallen him had been his momentary disregard for the honor of the gods. Overcome with grief, Aeneas had thrown himself to the ground and had covered his white hair with the ashes of the fire that had caused his son's death, crying out in lamentation. For Calydon there had been no more fertile harvests or glorious victories. An entire city had been condemned to eternal mourning because of a goddess's forgotten due. For Meleager's sisters, who had wept without ceasing and had never left his grave, the gods had prepared a different end. When the cries of these innocent young women of the house of Parthenion had deeply moved even the inhabitants of lofty Olympus, the great goddess Artemis had shown them a bitter mercy. Artemis had transformed their grieving arms into wings and their sorrowful mouths into hard beaks, turning them into the tear-birds known as the Meleagrides. The small white spots upon the feathers of these birds had been etched into history as the marks of the eternal tears shed for Meleager. Only Gorge and Deianira, who would later become the wife of Heracles, had remained in human form by the will of the gods or of Jove himself, and had become the living witnesses of this great destruction. Atalanta, the maiden of Arcadia, had left behind the smoking funeral pyres of Calydon and the ashes of the only hero who had loved her, and had returned to her rugged mountains. The proud daughter of Oeneus had continued to live her own legend on the plains of Arcadia, carrying the sacred hide and ivory tusks that Meleager had given her. Years later, Atalanta had been reunited with her father, King Oeneus, but she had set forth her famous foot race condition against his pressure for marriage. By killing with her spear every suitor who had failed to outrun her, Atalanta had once again proven how deadly ambition could be in the world of men. Yet the wheels of fate had begun to turn again when the brave Hippomenes had won the race with the help of 3 golden apples he had received from the great goddess Aphrodite. Atalanta, having lost the race after being drawn in by the divine allure of the golden apples, had been forced to marry Hippomenes. This union, however, had also been stained by ingratitude toward the gods, for Hippomenes had forgotten to thank Aphrodite, to whom he owed his victory. The vengeance of the goddess of love had not been delayed, and the lovers had been transformed into lions and condemned to pull the chariot of the goddess because of the disrespect they had committed in the sacred cave of the great Rhea, Cybele. The legacy of the hunt of the Calydonian Boar had not been limited to these tragedies, but had also marked the fate of the next generation. Parthenopeus, the son of Meleager and Atalanta, or according to some accounts of Hippomenes, had grown up inheriting his mother's warrior spirit. The young Parthenopeus had become mighty in the mountains of Arcadia, wielding his mother's spear and bow, but fate had driven him as well into a bloody war as one of the 7 against Thebes. Though Atalanta had wished to prevent her son from going to this war, the path drawn by fate and the gods had once again brought the pain of losing a child to the door of this house. Parthenopeus had fought before the walls of Thebes with the celestial arrows granted to him by the great Artemis, yet he had met that inevitable end which even the goddess could not prevent. Before dying, the young hero had sent his final salute to his mother and had cried out in pain that the weapons he had received from Artemis had not brought him victory. Thus, the legacy of Atalanta, like Meleager's piece of wood, had turned to ash and vanished on another battlefield. The bloody beginning of Calydon had merged with another epic of heroism and destruction before the walls of Thebes. The later years of King Oeneus had also passed without peace, for the sons of his own brother Agrius had seized the kingdom from him by force, imprisoned the aged ruler, and tortured him. Yet the unfinished justice of Meleager had been completed by his grandson Diomedes, son of Tydeus, who had come from Argos. Diomedes had restored his grandfather's honor and had laid the elderly Oeneus, who had set out on his final journey, to rest in the land of Argos, in the city later known by his name Oeno. With the death of Oeneus, the once glorious but cursed dynasty of Calydon had taken its place among the dusty pages of history. The most tangible remnants of the legendary hunt had continued to live on in the temples of the city of Tegea in Arcadia. The enormous ivory tusks and hide of the monster had been displayed for many years in the temple of the goddess Athena Alea as trophies of victory. On the pediment of the temple, the reliefs of all the heroes who had taken part in the hunt that day, Jason, Theseus, the Dioscuri, and of course Atalanta and Meleager, had represented the futile struggle of mortals against divine wrath. When people had come to this temple, they had remembered with reverence not only the death of a monster, but also how pride and forgetfulness had laid a kingdom to waste. This epic conclusion of the story had shown everyone, in the most painful way, how fleeting and fragile heroism truly was. The glory of Meleager burning in a piece of wood, the speed of Atalanta shaken by golden apples, and the claws brought by the ingratitude of Hippomenes had stood as eternal monuments to to how every act of neglect shown by mortals toward the gods had destroyed an entire kingdom and dynasty piece by piece. The single forgotten altar of King Oeneus, son of Parthenion, had ultimately consumed the life of his son, the soul of his wife, the humanity of his daughters, and the freedom of his ally, Atalanta. The unending cries of the Meleagrides that had echoed over the skies of Calydon had proclaimed no longer only the mourning of one family, but the great sorrow that had fallen upon all of Greece and the eternal symphony of divine justice. Each dawn, the speckled tear birds gliding across the sky had been etched into history as winged proof of how physical and how spiritual the wrath of the great goddess Artemis could be. Calydon had become not merely a place name, but an eternal field of epic memory, where the highest heroism of the human spirit had collided with its deepest ambitions, leaving behind only ashes, the sound of wings, and the roars of lions. Thus the fates of Meleager and Atalanta had merged in the blood spilled for the hide of a wild boar, and after being consumed in a mother's fire of vengeance, had been transformed into eternal legends by the breaking of divine pride. The city of Calydon had paid its debt to Artemis many times over with the lives of its most beloved, and the fertility of a vast plain had given way to endless mourning. When the Fates, the Moirai, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos had scattered the final ashes of that famous piece of wood into the wind on that night, they had sealed not only the end of a hero, but the close of an age. In conclusion, this tale had stood as the ultimate witness to how a legendary hunt had turned into a heap of ashes, and how human pride had been shattered before divine justice. The glory of Meleager, the speed of Atalanta, and the grief of Euneus had made the hunt of the Calydonian Boar not merely a physical struggle, but an epic of spiritual ruin. As the gods in the heavens had exacted the price of that forgotten altar with every drop of kindred blood, the final laments echoing over the plains of Calydon had closed this bloody chapter of history forever. This epic would continue for centuries to come to whisper to every mortal who disregarded the honor of the gods through a moment of forgetfulness that fate lay hidden in the final sparks of that burning piece of wood. I hope that as you end your day, this ancient epic has been a good story for you. I look forward to your comments and requests. Do not forget to follow my channel. May the darkness of the night and the rhythm of the sea bring you peace. Until we meet again in another legend in the breath of another hero. Love.